Oh, we're starting with spooky music.
I said, yeah, I know.
Fuck.
Oh, I wasn't ready for spooky music.
It's the Willem
You know, we
Grimes
are-
theme song.
Dun, dun, dun.
William Grimes is actually
I'm
behind
a
this
goblin
attack.
now.
I've returned from the dead and possessed the body of a small green man.
You know how
I've
hard
come
it
to
is
extract my vengeance. Alright, so, getting right into it. Last time in Renascence, having done some poking around the summer square and having rustled up a handful of potential contacts, the party had one last meeting set up for the day with Durnan Fallshine, the owner of the nearby Deep Echo Mine. Durnan had a problem, and he was willing to offer the party a tidy sum if they would be willing to remove whatever creatures had attacked his workers on the newest sublevel of his mine. And while interested, the party opted to first secure their lodgings by dealing with Boaton's goblin problem back at the resort. So touching base with Boaton and investigating the locale around the resort, the party discovered some tracks, followed them into the northern jungle. They befriended a small troop of monkeys, got some directions, eventually found the goblins' encampment, guarded by a wide array of simple but effective traps. After spending some time scouting the area out, they decided to lay an ambush and proceeded to decimate the squad of goblins that came to investigate. The survivors were easily captured and cowed into submission, and confessed that the tribe had been pushed from their old territories by, quote, the old one on the bridge, as well as the dark ones. The party, though somewhat sympathetic, demanded the goblins swear to find somewhere else to camp and to leave Gladym alone, which the captives fervently swore to. They were released to return to their camp, and the party made their way back to the resort, quest seemingly complete. They informed Boaton and settled in for an afternoon of pampering with the King's Suite package. That night, however, Burberry and Aloran were awoken by the furtive sounds outside their windows, and glimpsing down, they saw tiny goblin shadows jumping the resort wall and subduing a guard. For some reason, the tribe seemed to have ignored the party's warning. So, picking up here as the two of you look out the window, are there any questions before we begin?
Can Lauren go back to sleep?
I'm gonna fight you.
She can.
She can. The DM highly discourages this, but she can.
Barnabas Gunfire gonna make that a bit hard.
Kat's gonna ask if she... I don't remember if I rolled a perception to see if the goblins that we gently encouraged to not do this shit is with the rest of the goblins.
It's something of an understatement for what happened, but sure. Yeah, you did roll a check, I remember. Unfortunately, at this distance and at this light level, while you can see these goblins jumping the wall, making out that sort of detail is not quite possible. More light or you need to be closer would be necessary to make that determination. You guys 3 stories up right now.
How, like, what's the exact distance between us and the wall?
I believe I said it was like 60 feet, yeah. Because it's a pretty big compound that this resort has kind of walled off. And there's a lot of breathing room on either side of the main building, kind of between it and the walls. And then kind of in front and behind that main building, there's a very long stretch. Out front, you got the cabanas kind of lining the entryway, and then behind it, you've got the pool and the spa area and lots of lounging and pampering room to kind of chill and vibe.
Okay. Are any of the goblins, like, is there like a leading goblin?
Let's roll another check. Let's give me another perception check. We're just gonna jump right into this.
That one.
Oof.
So
can-
close to 19.
You can see that they are definitely pretty active. Like there's a couple that are currently like occupied with the guard. They are tying him up, and based on where they're standing over him, it looks like they're probably gagging him. The other goblins are all sort of very quickly, gathering and sort of. It looks like sort of conferring amongst themselves. But it's hard to pick out anyone who might be giving direction. It's kind of a cramped little group down there.
How far away are they?
So they're 60 feet from the building. They're at the base of the wall,
So
and
from
they
my
are
window.
about 30 to 40 feet down, since you guys are on the third story.
So can I hit them with an ice knife with a range of 60 feet?
You might want to wake our compatriots.
They are going to be a little bit out of your range. In a straight line down from that window, it's going to be something like 66 to 67, if I remember that theorem correctly.
I'm gonna start whispering to wake people up.
Okay. So Burberry gets up, and I guess poking your head in the Lauren's room, you'll see she's awake and looking out the window right now.
I actually don't. You can cast whisper through walls, or message through walls.
Oh, all right then. So you just start messaging people. Gotcha.
Can I climb out of this building through the window easily?
The windows do open. You
And what
opened them
floor are we
earlier to
at?
get a nice
So if I
breeze.
back up-
You're on the third floor.
And how much fall damage is that?
God, how high is 3 fucking stories?
It's like 30
I'm
feet.
just wondering-
I think-
feet.
I think that's closer to 40 feet than not, because it's usually like 12 feet to the ceiling, roughly.
No, it's usually 9 feet. Unless
9
it's a
feet.
high ceiling.
Yep. Actually, it depends on the nationality common to that area. Like in Japan, heights are generally a lot shorter.
All right, I'm just going based off of what I remember from work, where the drop ceiling is about 12 feet off the floor.
That's a high ceiling.
Yep.
I mean, it's a store, but this is a high-end resort, so they would have nice ceilings, right? So we'll say just around 40 feet.
And if I fell from 40 feet?
It is 1d6 per 10 feet, so 46.
It's not as bad.
So
It's
it's
not
like
as
12
bad for
damage.
John because it's not as bad for John because he can only take half damage.
Technically, a little
If he's
higher.
That's
raging.
why John did it.
More like
Yeah.
14 on average, I think.
I guess I'd like to do pass without a trace and then start climbing down the building.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go for it. I'm mad. They woke me up and didn't keep their word. I'm gonna go kill
Okay.
these guys.
So I guess you're sort of on a corner of the building. Do you want to climb down the window that you can see them out of, or do you want to climb down kind of the back window around the corner of the building?
Corner of the building.
Other side. Okay, sure. Go ahead and give me a stealth check then.
Casting pass without a trace.
Right, so you can add your plus 10 to it.
$24.
24. Okay. Total?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Wait,
go ahead.
no. Sorry, I forgot to add my regular.
I was about to say
stuff.
pass with
26.
26. Not bad. I'm also going to need you to make an athletics check for me, since you are not a creature with a climb speed, and you were sort of trying to drop your way down a pretty sheer building. 22. Okay. Despite that, you are sort of wrapping your toes around the sort of stucco corners of this building, and then just slowly lowering yourself down. Lots of upper body strength involved. Very impressive. Yeah, you work your way down to the ground and into the flower bed that's up against the side of the building without too much issue. And as you do, you kind of peek around the corner and you can see the goblins are more or less all sort of assembled. You don't see any more jumping over the wall right now, and you can see one of them is sort of beckoning and pointing in the midst of that group, and they are starting to scurry across the space between the wall and the building,
Okay.
making their way over towards a doorway that is sort of like the stairwell entrance on that side of the building.
Is there like a solid amount of them in like a 15-foot cube? Oh wait, no, I have to be closer. Never mind. Damn.
That thunder wave, yeah.
I mean, they're running
Yeah.
closer toward you, sort of.
So you're kind of like, so you got the building, right? You got corner and corner. You kind of climb down here, so you're like behind this corner over here, and they are over here by the wall, scurrying this way, right?
Yeah.
So you're like looking out this way,
So they are approaching.
Okay.
but they're not coming directly at you. They're just getting closer.
So
Are there any
Alora's
of them
gonna
that-
get a message out of nowhere that's just Burberry saying, "A gentle reminder that you currently do not have backup."
At some point, we wake up. I don't know when that
Would
is.
would Burberry even have like heard Aloran climb
Oh,
out the
yes.
window? Like you would have been.
Well,
That would have been a fucking 26 against your passive, and you didn't. You said you didn't look in.
It's true. I was thinking if I looked out the window, I might be able to see her going down the wall, but...
She wouldn't be out that side of the building though, because so your dining room is like basically directly in line with where they are,
Alright,
and
so
she's on the corner of the building, right?
Can I give myself a 1 in 20 chance if I roll a d20 and roll a nat 20, because I'm not going to be able to beat that perception any other way.
I mean, we'll see what happens. Did another one.
Couldn't hear
Yeah.
you. Another
Yeah.
one. Well, at least you got him out
Yeah.
of the way.
Unfortunately, yeah, Burberry, you're just kind of messaging everyone, letting everyone know, hey, goblins or whatever, and
I'll reply to that message and be like, I'm gonna go fuck him up. So Burberry will know.
so Burberry now knows. As everyone else is being roused by these messages, Burberry, you would receive this reply from Aloran.
Yeah, to which I would say, just a reminder, you don't have backup right now.
Okay. I got 2 wild shapes. I'll be
So are we in initiative? Are we waking up? What's going on?
The rest of the party has received these messages. So like, what are y'all doing?
What did?
So what I'm hearing is that Alord really does want to go to sleep.
What information?
Longer sleep.
What information was actually communicated via the Burberry message? Like, did you tell us where the goblins were? Did you just say, "Hey, there's goblins, wake up"?
It would probably be something along the lines of, it seems that our reminder was not effective. We have company coming over the wall.
Okay. So reasonably, if Burberry specifies that they're coming over the wall, and we know we have a window out that direction.
You've got two bedrooms and that dining room where Burberry set up their tent fort.
Right.
That
So
are
I guess
both-
I'm just saying
all
based
three of those
on-
rooms are looking out that way.
So based on where we know Burberry would have slept, where that window is
Yeah.
placed, and Burberry's message of saying they're coming over the wall, could I make a
can
reasonable
surmise it.
assumption of where they're
Yeah.
kind of coming from? Okay.
That's fair.
So I mean, Noelle's gonna wake up. Probably. Am I in the room next to Lauren, or am I across the hall from her, or across the den?
So it would have been a corner of that top floor is where all the bedrooms are.
Oh, okay. They're all in
So-
one corner.
Yeah. Well, they're all in different corners. So you've got a Lauren's room, Burberry, and then someone else's bedroom on that one side, and then you've got on the other side of this suite, you've got bedroom in the corner, the sitting room with the little library, and then underneath that, the fourth bedroom.
Okay.
And then in the middle is that big living area with the fire and the cushions and sofas and everything.
Right. Well, I don't know where my bedroom would have been in there, but
I mean, if you want to claim the one next to Burberry, that's
sure.
kosher.
Yeah, I'll say that, and I guess knowing what we know about the position, I'll run over to Lauren's room because I know she's on the corner, apparently.
Mm.
Probably see that her window is open.
Probably.
I want
And no
to. Do our beds have frames and like bedposts?
Yeah, they're like big four corner beds.
Okay.
Four poster.
Made out
call
of
them?
strong, sturdy wood, I would hope.
That's a safe assumption. Yeah,
Cool.
they seem very well built,
I guess.
beautifully decorated, lavishly carved, stained mahogany.
I'm
Etc.
gonna. Shit. I'm going to try and tie the rope to the bed frame and rappel down out the window.
Okay. After her.
Yeah. Stealthily.
Okay, sure.
That's
Give me.
so much better idea than climbing down the wall.
I mean, realistically, I'm not making it drastically easier on myself without knotting the rope first, but
It's
it's better.
slightly easier. Okay, so give me a stealth check and an athletics check. And your DC will be lower since you are using a rope to help yourself.
Okay. I will do the stealth check first, because that one... Yeah. All right. That is a lot. 25.
Woo! Boy, no. All right.
And then partway down the wall, wouldn't he also get the 10 bonus because he'll be in?
If you noticed him there, but he rolled a 25. So it wouldn't be until Noelle like comes up behind you like, what's going on? And then you like jump. It's like,
Okay, wait. Is Pass Without a
you're here
Trace
too.
any creatures you specify, or is it creatures you see? Because
I
technically,
believe
Aloran
it's-
could have specified multiple of us.
I think it has to be specified within 30 feet of you.
Masking you and your companions from detection. Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you.
Would we have been
Are
within
we
30
within
feet?
30 feet of her?
No, it would require her to make that choice. When
I would say probably like
once you know that she's there,
I would say whenever I
say you
pass
can
it,
extend it to her.
I'll always just kind of be like, if they get in my little radius, they're of course gonna get it too.
Okay.
All right, stealth check of 35 once I get into the bubble.
Okay. 25 was going to be fine. Once you get down there, you have a 35. Congratulations. You're
Cool.
practically invisible in
All
this
right,
bush.
everybody get ready
Um,
to laugh. I've got to roll an athletics check.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes.
It's not the worst. 13?
13? There's some rope burn, but
Ow, ow.
you are able to lower yourself down quietly down to the flower bed behind Lauren, where she is currently peeking around the corner. Your hands are very raw and red, but you've got to be quiet, so shh.
Sneak up behind her, and I'm just like, what's going on?
Oh fuck. I'll be like, they're over there. There's like a little, or if there's a little cluster of them, I want to fire.
They are still scurrying across the yard. They're sort of halfway, like
Is there
across
like a
mass.
cluster where there's like multiple of them in like a 5-foot radius?
I mean, yeah, because they're kind of moving in sort of this amorphous little mob. It's just kind of stretching across the yard. At this point, they would have reached the side of the building, and a couple of them would be like fucking with the door. You can see them kind of jamming tools into the door frame and trying to pry it open.
I have a question, actually. Is there any lighting outdoors? Like, is there any, like, torches or anything just for ambience purposes, at the very least?
There was a torch that was being carried by the guard that was subdued. The goblins snuffed that after they took him out. And you can see that they are at the tail end of this procession. There are a couple of goblins that are currently dragging him across the yard with the group of goblins towards that door.
Can I hear the guy? Like, is there is he like struggling, or is it just a totally unconscious body being dragged?
Give me a perception check.
That one.
That one. I'd say over the sound of very faint sound of scurrying feet and kind of goblin whispers. Hard to make out much more than that.
Okay. I can't see a damn thing.
I'm gonna
It is
throw
also dark.
an
That
ice
doesn't help.
knife at them.
All right. So you want to throw an ice knife?
I want to throw an ice.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
Front,
do
back,
it
middle of the procession. Like where do you
the
want to aim?
middle of the whole shebang bang, and I'm gonna do it and use a second level spell slot.
Okay.
So that'll be 3d6 if it hits.
Ice Knife requires a ranged spell attack against a target. Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
Don't fail me now. I think this should hit. It wasn't as high as I think.
And you would have advantage because you are currently hidden.
Oh, okay.
That should remember that.
Ooh, I get to keep the first one, right?
Yeah.
Well, you tried.
The first one was a 17.
17 definitely hits. So this is going to connect with a goblin in the middle of that pack, exploding and showering probably like 3 or 4 other goblins in ice shards. So they'll all need to make dexterity saving throws. That's a 19 plus goblin stats, which are... Alright, so a 21, a 7, and another 21. So 2 pass, I imagine. 1 definitely fails. And
This is not going to be very effective.
so 2 of them are going to be taking damage off of this. One will be 2d10. Or no.
Wait, what?
Hit or miss. Oh, the target has to make a save too. Hold up. Okay, he failed too. Okay, so it's 1d10 and then 3d6 for the target and the 2, or the one other guy that got hit.
Okay, so do you want me to roll the d10 first?
Yeah, because it does a d10 piercing damage when it hits, and then it's 3d6 for the second level slot of cold damage to...
The d10's the one with the 20, 30, 80, 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one counts.
Okay.
Just forget the 0.
The d10's a 1.
Ouch. All right. So 1 piercing damage.
But
As
I
it nicks him. He's like, "Eh!" Like off the top of his head, and then it explodes, shatters, and showers him and another goblin in ice shards.
But I do get 3d6 damage.
Yeah.
too.
So go ahead and roll those.
Oh yeah, and the target has to make the save too. So he's taking more than
Yeah.
1.
Yeah. Two of them failed their save. So the target and another goblin failed.
That was 11 damage.
So this ice knife shoots out of your hand across the yard, glances off the top of his head, kind of like just domes him. He kind of looks up, and it just right into his face. Just a shower of ice shards just bury themselves into his face and into the body of the goblin right next to him. And with a squeal, both of them just fall over, dead in the yard. We're going to call that the beginning of initiative, as the goblins all begin to frantically fucking freak out.
Good.
2 of them drop dead next to them. Woof.
19 for initiative.
19?
15 for
Yeah.
Noel.
You know, try not to send dice to dice jail, but I've made 3 rolls tonight, and every single one of them has been a nat 1.
That's
Yeah,
impressive.
that's dice jail for
Jesus.
sure.
We're gonna put that up there.
That's just impressive, let's be honest.
That dice is
I
out
rolled
for
a
blood.
nat 20. I rolled a nat 20 on my initiative, so 22.
All right.
I got an 8. So it's a good thing I took my turn.
Yeah, good call.
Well,
Uh,
5 total from me.
what's your total, Burberry?
5.
5.
It's because I'm still messaging people.
Okay.
I did my one thing and then I got really distracted.
Started reading your book.
Yeah.
Ice knife, and back to the book.
Ice knife, that should have done it. I'm finished, right? Yeah. I'm done.
They're all dead, right?
They only got like 7 health. Probably
They
fine.
really don't have much. Although you did drop 2 of them.
How many were there actually?
There's a lot.
30.
Am I? Yeah, I
You
probably should have asked that before you just went, let's go!
It will probably cross your mind as you look at this mob of goblins that
That's a lot.
you were quoted 25 yesterday, or not even yesterday, earlier today by the 2 that you captured.
And all 25 came.
It's definitely close to a couple dozen, if not the full number that you're seeing right now. But it is dark, and there are a lot of them, and getting a proper head count is not the easiest. And there. Okay. So, top of the order, John. So, you are currently coming out of your room, I assume. And you would have received the message from Burberry. You would have been walking across the living room, and then you would have heard a sort of the sound of shattering glass, and some very shrill screams coming from the windows up ahead of you. So what do you want to do?
I'd like to get to a point where I can see the goblins, like even if I'm right above them or whatever, like out on a balcony or leaning out the window or whatever.
Yeah, if you wanted to, I guess you have to like crawl through Burberry's tent fort in the dining room if you want to walk directly to that window, or go through somebody's bedroom to get to a window.
Whichever one's closest.
I mean, the direct path is the tent fort, so
I guess I'm crawling my way through the tent fort.
So Burberry, you hear some rummaging of furniture being kind of pushed around behind you, and suddenly John is like shimmying up beside you, just this big hulking figure, real tucked in up under your blankets, poking his head up and looking out the window with you.
Very glad I gave it vaulted ceilings.
I'd like to. Can I see the goblins that are messing with the door?
Yeah, looking directly down, you can just barely make out the ones that are fiddling with the door. The ones you can primarily see are like the mob kind of out in front of this doorway, and the 2 bodies on the ground now.
Okay. What I'd like to do is I'd like to quietly rage.
Fucking goblins.
Oh.
Okay.
And then I'd like to get onto the window if I can, and then drop directly onto the goblins right in front of the door.
Okay.
Like if I have to go feet down first, or if I can go like full body down, so I just like crush every goblin right in front of the door.
Hey, you take up a 5-foot space, so I will give you a goblin you can crush. Sure.
I
So
think 8 feet. Wouldn't that be
you
pretty
are
much
8
close
feet tall.
to 10?
You are a medium creature.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm laying flat, wouldn't I take out 2?
In the interest of keeping this dropping from buildings exploit relatively balanced, we're going to keep
Also,
it to 1
technically-
creature.
Technically, most of your mass is in your torso, not your legs.
Let's say if you were ever enlarged and became a 10 by 10 foot creature, you could drop and crush 4 people at once. But
Okay, fine.
that will require at least a 1st level spell slot. So
I'm just
dropping
gonna
down
basically
through
what
the
I
window.
what I want to do primarily is block the doorway.
Okay, yeah, that's doable then.
So if I
So-
happen to land on a goblin while doing so,
Opening the window and dropping down. The goblins will probably hear a window opening overhead and panic as they see a giant plummeting down towards them.
but can they
so-
get away in time?
We're gonna find out. There's gonna be a dexterity saving throw here.
I like how we're just like falling out of the fucking windows.
This is just John's MO at this point. Okay, John, what is your athletics bonus?
Athletics bonus.
Yeah, I'll just base it off of that.
+6.
+6.
Yeah.
Okay. That is going to be a failure then. So, dropping down 3 stories on top of this goblin, the two of you are going to split 4d6 between the two of you. That is going to be 4, 3. Okay, that's a 1. It just said fuck, and I was like, is that a 6 or a 1? So 8 damage total. So John, you're raging, so you'll take 2. And the goblin will take 4. He just barely got out of the way. You've like kind of pinned him like by the legs. You're pretty sure you heard like a faint crunch when you landed, so you probably broke one. You were both prone, and he is now screaming on the ground, unable to free himself from your girth.
Do I have enough movement left to get up?
At this point, I would say no. Because you would have had to use your movement to get across the entire king's suite and out that window.
Can I get into a kneeling position at least? Or am I just stuck prone?
I think at this point, it's just you will be prone until your next turn. It's just this is the speed that this is happening at.
Okay, so I can't use... Wait, was that my action then? Was dropping out of the window?
I would say, yeah, to drop on top of this guy, we'll call that your action.
Okay.
So, that is going to take us to the goblins. We got a 20.
I just realized I'm prone in front of a bunch of goblins.
Yeah,
You are raging.
That only helps a little bit.
All right, so
This is how John goes down. He gets
24 goblin
That
attacks on
makes
John at advantage.
They got
I don't
Paul
think this-
Grammy on you.
so straight off, 2 goblins in the midst of all of this scream, horrified. You see a spear and a bow get flung up into the air as they both go like just fucking running pell-mell for the wall and start scampering their way up.
Guess we know who that was.
The other goblins, however, are sort of in this mixture of panic and rage. You see some of them are sort of circling to sort of guard their interior. However, several of them are readying weapons. You'll see like 4 of them have like shitty little hatchets and knives that they are running over to John. They're gonna start fucking just fucking laying into him, trying to free their friend. While another 4 are readying bows and firing over at you, Aloran.
Wait, but I was in a bush with.
And you just revealed yourself with an ice knife. They
Yeah,
can
but
see you.
I was sneaky. I got like 25 stealth. I was like, boom,
That's
boom,
great.
back
That's
behind
great.
the wall.
And then you made your attack. And when you make your attack, when you're sneaking like that, you reveal your position. So you need to like get out of line of sight and hide again to re-stealth.
I did not realize that. Got it. Okay.
So now that you know, they are going to start taking shots at you. You are behind the corner partially, so that will offer you some cover. So your AC is going to be, we'll say, half cover, so an extra +2. But they're still going to try. So to hit John.
So I have no will. She can heal me.
That's true. Also, I'm probably not revealed because I was beyond you even, so.
You were behind Aloran, yeah. So these guys don't have a ton. So John does 10 doesn't hit you. Does a 17 hit you?
Yes.
17 will hit.
And since I'm prone, that's an auto crit, isn't it?
Oh no, it's you.
That's only if you're immobile or
It's incapacitated, I think. or
incapacitated.
paralyzed.
That was
Yeah.
the word. Yep.
It's advantage if you're prone, so they do get to
Yep.
reroll. Okay. One of those is going to go from miss to a hit, so that's 2 hits so far. And those are going to stay misses. Okay, they're not doing a lot, but they are going to do a fat 7 plus 4, 11 slashing and piercing damage to John as the goblins just start.
That halved or before halved?
That's before having it, so that would come down to 5 damage.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the 4 that are shooting at you, Aloran. That's a fuck. So that's a 1. These fuck dice are so confusing. 18 to hit you.
That'll hit.
That will hit. Okay.
Mhm.
12 will not, but a 21 will. So that's 2 to hit. So that's another 2d6 and another 11 damage. So a couple of arrows whiz by you, Aloran, kind of nicking you as you pull back behind the corner, narrowly escaping being skewered for your life.
They took a third of my health.
Oh shit.
If only you could turn to
Yeah.
a bear.
Yeah, if only, right? And yeah, so those goblins are sort of the vanguard out front. The other goblins are in the back, sort of circling up, and you can hear panicked voices back there shouting and kind of scurrying backwards away from that corner where you sort of shot your knife out. So that will take us to Barnaby. So Barnaby, you would have been probably in a similar position to John, crossing the King's Suite, making your way towards the windows where this is all taking place. So what do you want to do with your turn?
Yeah, as he's just moving, he's just getting the sleepies out of his eyes, and he's just packing up his musket and be like, I told them this wasn't going to work. And yeah, he just goes to a window. How far out are they? Would you say?
So they're 40 feet down, and at this point, there's sort of there's a couple, I guess 4 like surrounding John, and 1 that's pinned under him.
Okay.
And then there's 4 others that are sort of standing between Aloran at the corner and a larger group of them standing behind them that have kind of like pulled away from the building.
About 40 feet, you say?
They're 40 feet down and probably 30 feet out at the furthest.
Okay. So there's some right about 40 feet right on down.
Yeah, directly below you. Currently trying to stab John.
That is the maximum range of my musket before it goes to the disadvantaged portion, so that'll work just fine.
All right, so Barnaby just kind of scurries into that pillow fort and pushes past you, Burberry, and gets his musket up over the windowsill and just
Try
starts
not to get too much soot in there.
leaning out and opening fire. Go ahead and roll to hit.
That is a 26.
That'll hit.
Okay, and that is going to be...
A dead goblin.
In all likelihood.
That is going to be 11 points of damage.
That is a dead goblin.
All right, I'm going to Deadeye.
Oh,
I've got
shit.
Quick reload.
And another shot pierces the
Can
silence.
Barnaby not kill can he not?
I roll
What is-
a 1d12 plus my dex, so
So
it's possible.
Possible.
Unlikely, but possible.
Let's see. That is a crit.
Okay.
So let's see.
So 2d12 plus dex.
Yeah, pretty good. That is 19.
19. John, a goblin next to you explodes. Like the
John
shot just
rumbles
goes straight through the middle, and he just
John revels in the blood and glory.
What did I tell about y'all? You need to go on and get.
You could. I think you could take another Deadeye shot with that second kill.
Good, but I won't. I'm saving it for one of the big bads.
Okay, fair. So yeah, 2 dead goblins. That's not good for them. That will bring us to Noel.
Okay, so what's the general state of the goblins? Are they just gonna book it at this point? Panic, or they look like they're gonna like double down, get in like form a phalanx?
Give me an insight check.
If I do this, is it gonna use my action?
Nah, this is just a general vibe check, like real quick kind of battlefield assessment.
17.
17. All of a sudden you hear this hail of gunfire, you hear more screaming of goblins, blood spattering. You see the one large cluster backing off as there's sort of a vanguard of bowmen kind of taking the brunt of whatever Lauren's about to throw at them, standing between them and you two. It looks like a very disorganized sort of regrouping with some serious panic. They do not sound nearly as confident as they did 6 seconds ago.
Right. And there's still quite a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 dead bodies, or I guess 3 bodies and 1 blood puddle. So still a decent number, like not quite a couple dozen, but close, somewhere in there. It's a decent number of bodies, but again, you've only really got 7 now that are actively engaged. I guess 8 if you count the one directly underneath John.
I'd say he's actively engaged.
Speaking of which, he should probably be trying to stab you. He can't get any leverage though. He's just like effortlessly like.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wouldn't he be rolling at disadvantage?
It would be a straight roll because you're both prone.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but no, he rolled a 10. He's just like he can't get his arm back enough to like get the knife in. He's just like scratching your back with it. So yeah, not a lot happening there.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice. A little bit left.
Fuck, I really wish I could know whether this dude is dead or not.
Which the one on the ground?
Yeah, the guard.
Yeah.
Let's see, because that could change my turn, but I don't know because I can't see because I have no dark vision. So.
Yeah, you're really kind of operating off of like outlines and like the faintest of moonlight, like highlights on the edges of their bodies, like real basic positioning information.
Okay, and we're roughly 60 feet from the wall. Me and Lauren.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, I think this is kind of a weird move again, but whatever. I'm going to cast Silent Image.
Okay.
Let me double check my spell slots real quick. Yeah, I can do that. I'll cast Silent Image. You said there's goblins that are like starting to clamber up the wall again?
2 of them screamed, threw their weapons up into the air, and just bolted for the wall.
Yeah.
2 of them did.
So they're trying to get back over the wall.
Oh yeah, they're like already like nearly to the top at this point. Like they are fucking just.
Okay.
The ones we scared earlier, we think.
Here's what I'm going to do with Silent Image. In the area that those 2 goblins are making their like way up the wall, I'm going to have a like an arcane emblem kind of like burn into the wall where they're climbing up, and then like a couple other ones next to it, because I can do this in a 15-foot area. So there'll be like a 5-foot wide arcane emblem with like very dangerous looking runes and like ash coming off of it on the wall, like some kind of warding thing. And then two more other emblems next to it that are like faded, like they weren't triggered as strongly because they weren't climbing up right there. And then from those emblems, like a red barrier is going to start like emerging up.
Like
It's like, you fucked up, you're trapped now, bitches.
okay,
And some of the runes in those emblems are going to appear to be burning goblins.
Okay, sure. So you cast this illusion, and no sound, but there is definitely this visual of these runes suddenly appearing on the wall, and this red field beginning to slowly like rise up underneath those goblins as they climb. And you hear them give another panic shriek and redouble their efforts to get over the wall before it catches up to them.
Sure.
Okay, sure. So, any movement on your
I
turn?
will
Anything
stay
else you want to
put.
do? Bonus
I'm
action?
still hidden, presumably.
That's fair. They cannot see you right now.
Yeah. And then I will bonus action give Alorn a d6 bardic inspiration.
Okay.
And I'll just say, why did you show them how much they fucked up? So for the next minute, you can put a d6 on any one of your rolls.
All right. That's going to take us to the Goblin Boss. In the midst of the mob of goblins,
Row.
one goblin stands up and says, and fucking pulls a giant fucking spear out of fucking nowhere and just fucking hurls it at you, Aloran. That is going to
I'm gonna fuck
be...
this goblin.
Ooh, good throw. That is going to be a 20 total. And you are going to take...
1 damage.
2 damage. Thank you very much. As this spear just like glances your shoulder, you're like, God, these goblins. You see the goblin pump its fists, screeching something in its own language, and begin pointing towards the wall. The tone in the mob changes very quickly as they realize where they are. And looking back at you, still standing, coming out from around that corner, the Goblin Boss shrinks back into the mob, sinking down behind his compatriots. Aloran, what are you doing on your turn?
I have a question. What can I use a bonus action to do? I know I can do it to change into the beast form.
That's correct.
Also,
Any
second question.
spells that require a bonus action, you can cast as a bonus action.
How far away are the goblins?
So at this point, they are probably about 30 feet from the building. The cluster would have backed up to get some distance, and you are probably like 30 feet from that door. So it's like a 30. That's not equilateral, but it's like a 33, 34 foot distance. Like they're not super far.
Okay. But I still can't.
There is, however, a line of 4 goblins with bows standing between you and that mob.
I'm going to... Let me look up this spell real quick.
What you doing?
I am going to place a hand on Noelle, and I'm going to cast Dark Vision.
Oh, okay.
I can see everything. Wait, if you do that, does it mean you can't transform this turn?
I can bonus action transform.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Sure.
Dark Vision is an action. So yeah, you can cast a spell and then transform into the creature of your choice.
And like, I can still move, right?
Yep.
Perfect. So I'm gonna turn into a bear. I'm gonna like start running at them and go "Rah!" like real angry.
Are you going directly through the goblin wall of archers, or are you going to go around them towards the mob? What's the play there?
I want to run them over.
Okay.
I'm a bear. I can just smush them.
Let's see. Does bear have trample? I'm curious. Okay. He doesn't have trample, but you can make an athletics check, I believe,
Perfect.
to do an overrun. I think it's called. So when a creature tries to move through a hostile creature's space, they can try to force their way through by overrunning the hostile creature. As an action or bonus action, they make a strength athletics check contested by the hostile creature's strength athletics check. Creature attempting to overrun has advantage if they are larger. So yeah,
Would you not be able to do that because you use your action and bonus action?
Good point. Yeah. Okay.
Either way, I'm going that way. So
That's fine. Do you want to reach that mob by the end of your turn? Do you want to be within melee distance at the end of your turn, or are you willing to run wide enough to avoid an opportunity attack?
I'm gonna avoid an opportunity attack.
Okay. So you won't be right next to the mob. You'll be probably like 10-ish feet from them. But you'll be barreling around this wall of archers. Yeah, and as soon as you take that bear form and give that roar, the two on the wall fucking just and topple backwards over the wall and vanish from sight. That's going to take us to Burberry, bottom of the order.
Okay. Burberry wonders if the owner of this establishment has been message range, but he doesn't know exactly where they are. So I guess that's not quite gonna work. Alright, so do you guys want an extra attacker on the field, or do you guys want fairy fire? I don't know how well clustered these guys are, so.
I forget what fairy fire does.
Gives us advantage.
Gives us advantage.
So there's two groups of attacking goblins. There's the mob around John, there's the line of archers, and then there's the cluster of remaining goblins that is pulled back away from this combat.
Do you have any way to
the
stop
Goblin
them from
Boss is hiding
escaping?
in this. There is that big illusory barrier.
There's the illusory barrier there.
They'd have to inspect it to see that it was fake.
Yep. I don't think anyone really knows it's an illusion either. It's just this big, horrible-looking arcane barrier powered by burning goblin glyphs.
I thought it was chasing the two that was on the wall. I didn't realize it was like looking like it would block it. It's awesome.
It's there for
It was
10
like
minutes.
he said it was growing from the ground up, so I assumed that it was like kind of like rising up underneath them, and they're like, no, getting the fuck out of
That's
there.
kind of my thinking.
Yeah. Those two are fucking gone. Just a heads up. They have just fucking lost all fucking.
Those are the
backbone
smartest
and
goblins
fled.
here.
I'm assuming those are the ones we had an interaction with yesterday,
Oh yeah.
or this morning, or earlier today, or whatever.
Maybe. So, Burberry, what's the plan?
Well, my question's still.
Oh,
do you guys want advantage on a thing, or do you want?
I'd say the
an
only
extra?
potentially threatening goblin would be the captain, the commander one. I'm also a little worried that guard is dead. That'd be really bad. So I don't know if you can see him or not. But yeah, I'd say fairy fire is probably better in this situation.
Well, there's an easy way to check, but it would take my action.
Mm.
Can you protect the guard if he's not dead?
That's asking a lot. That's two different, completely different actions that I only have one turn for. So.
Honestly,
I would
neither
say
is
from
a
your-
bad move. Just go with your gut.
Yeah, from your vantage point, wherever you've got a pretty good view of the battlefield. You are 40 feet up in the air, away from all the goblins.
And also range is going to be an issue for me particularly. Okay, so first, questions for me. The group that has the head goblin in it, is it a tight knit group?
They've definitely sort of compacted. They've sort of formed a dense sort of. It's not a Tetsudo formation because they don't have any shields and they're shitty untrained goblins, but they've definitely kind of circled up and have their backs to each other and are just kind of like taking a defensive posture to what's happening.
Okay. 2, where is the guard in this scenario? Is he in one of the clusters?
He is currently lying next to the cluster in the back, the large cluster of goblins. Just laying on the ground, tied up and gagged.
Okay. All right. And 3, how many are around John?
3 currently standing, 1 underneath him pinned, and 1 bloody mess. That Barnaby just blew up.
We should probably stop counting him.
Okay, touch. Well, in that case, I will cast Healing Word on our guard friend.
Okay.
To see if it does anything.
Okay, sure. Healing word. Go ahead and roll your D4.
Because that will A, tell me if he's up, and B, if he's not completely okay, it'll make him better. So that's 5, 4.
4. Okay, cool. So you cast Healing Word and sort of bless this poor beleaguered guard with a little bit of rejuvenation. He doesn't move much, but you do notice that he does kind of shift where he's laying in response to this. You do see him kind of like glance like over his shoulder, start kind of like looking around, but he's still like hunkered low. And it does look like he's trying to just be as innocuous as he can right now while this is going on, whatever's happening. But you do make note, he is still alive.
That is very good.
That'll take us back to the top of the order with John, who is currently lying on top of a goblin. John, what do you want to do?
I would like to use my movement to stand up.
Very well. You are standing, and you are now surrounded by very small men.
I would like to use the butt of my glaive that we have previously stated was part of a weapon, or partially.
Mhm.
I can use it as a blunt weapon, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd like to smash it onto the goblin's head when it broke their leg.
Oh, okay. So the one that you just pinned, you want to knock him out?
Oh no, I want to kill him.
Oh, you killing him? Okay, cool. Go ahead and roll to hit.
One sec. That would be 21.
Definitely hits. Roll some damage.
What would the damage be for the blunt one? Is it going to be the same as the normal weapon damage?
Yeah, I would just say same damage. Actually, with your rage and your strength bonus, what's the minimum damage you can deal?
Minimum damage I can deal is +7.
Yeah, there's no way he's surviving this. If you want to roll for how bad this is going to be, go for it. But this goblin is definitely out of the fight after this.
If it's going to die no matter what, then I don't really care. So
Fair enough. Yeah, just fucking... and that goblin, who is frantically scrambling to get to his feet, just hits the ground and falls still.
Okay, I want to make sure my back is up against the door so that the door can't, they can't get in.
Yeah, you're currently standing over that body at this point, so you've
And I'd
got
just like to
control of
take,
that.
a defensive posture.
Okay. Not a problem then. that will take us to the goblins. They. Let me see where they're at right now. Okay. There's a couple towards the back of that big cluster that Burberry and Barnaby can see from their perspective that look like they want to kind of like peel off and run. They're like dithering back and forth, like looking for an exit. And you can see other goblins in that group are kind of like pulling them and arguing. There's a lot of chatter right now. The goblins around John are going to keep up their attack. They have committed. So that's a 17 plus 4, a 16, and another 16.
Those all hit.
Those all hit. Oh shit. Goblin damage. Not terrible. 12 plus 6, so 18 damage.
Divided in half.
Will be 9.
John took some damage.
Oh shit. The goblin archers, seeing this bear charging at their compatriots, they're just gonna throw their bows down and just rush you in a panic. Just fucking knives out.
I thought they were gonna drop and run, not at me.
You're running at the large group, and their job had been to try and keep anyone from closing on them, and they fucked that up. So now they're just like mobbing you and trying to stop you, basically. So that is a 13. That is a 9. No, that's a 10. That's not hitting for sure. And another 13.
The 13s will hit.
13s will hit? Okay. So Bear Lauren will take 10 piercing damage from goblin knives. And they are currently just like all around you, like just trying to like climb you and stabbing and trying to keep you from closing distance with the other goblins. The other goblins, for their part, are scared, for sure. I think that's clear to everyone watching. You got the ones in the back that are very clearly thinking about running, and the ones kind of in the middle of the pack are all frantically arguing amongst themselves and pointing at the illusory barrier, at the bear, at the open path to the front of the compound behind them, that some of them are looking to strongly consider running for. And in the midst of all this, you can see the Goblin Boss, while keeping his head down and watching the bear very intently, is still barking angrily at all the other goblins, trying to keep order, it looks like. So Barnaby, what's your play?
How far out is this big old fat goblin?
The big boss goblin?
Yeah.
He's gonna be 30-ish feet from the building and 40 feet down. So that's gonna be like 46 to 50, somewhere in there.
So if I were to drop down, could I perceivably be in range? With a range of 40 feet.
If you drop down, you would be falling on top of John. But yes.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Just hang out the window and then drop onto my shoulders.
There you go.
You'll drop like 10 feet max.
We'll be like a robot.
Like 20 feet
You know,
on the third floor. Or 10 feet. Yeah, 10 feet, you're right. But
Well,
John
if he's hanging out the window, he's already on the second floor, and then I'm already almost towards the top of the first floor. So
If he's hanging out the window, he'll be 7 feet downish, and you're 8 feet, so that'll shave 15 feet off of this fall. So
So about
Alright.
10.
it'd be
Yeah.
25 foot drop.
I'm gonna hop out.
That's a
Okay.
lot taller than I expected. That's
It's a big building.
really
It's a big
tall.
opulent resort.
We are on the king suite, which is usually high.
I'll say to catch Barnaby like you're wanting to do, John.
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
say nothing
need-
about catching. He said he's landing on my shoulders.
Okay. This
Do
will
I-
put
do
the
I need
onus.
to-
I'll say, John, give me a dexterity saving throw,
Okay.
and Barnaby, give me an acrobatics check.
All right.
The onus is on Barnaby to stick this landing.
I got a 14 with a dexterity saving throw.
That is fair.
Okay.
Let's see. Plus 4. That is gonna be 17.
17's not quite what I was looking for.
All right.
John, you feel a very heavy impact on your back, but you keep your footing. You remain standing. Barnaby, unfortunately, you didn't quite line up your trajectory quite where you need to get your legs around him and land on his shoulders. You hit the back and slid without locking your knees and just fucking flipped over and landed on your stomach, essentially, behind John. So you are going to take some fall damage here.
That's fine.
And since you landed on John, we're gonna split it. But John made his dex save, so we'll have that. And it's not gonna be too bad. That's gonna be 13 total. So 6 each. John halved to 3, then halved by resistance to 1.
I feel
Oh.
like
Punk, what was that? And you look behind you, and yeah, Barnaby is like spread eagle on the ground behind you, with 6 bludgeoning damage from that fall.
I feel
So
That
like,
didn't go as
John-
planned.
I feel like Jacob is like really mad about John jumping off the building and killing William. And now that this has been like, no, you guys all take fall damage, fall damage, fall damage, fall damage.
Using gravity as a weapon, guys. It's broken. We established this in the Tiamat fight. We know.
Oh my
You're
God.
only mad because it's so effective.
Yeah, whatever.
Am I the only one with a rope? I'm just watching all my friends plummet off the building.
We're watching
I'm like holding a rope in my hand, like, what's just going on?
John was too angry. He didn't have time for a rope.
So
It's a free
Barnaby,
action.
you are prone, but you are on the ground.
All right. Would I have movement to get up?
He hasn't moved.
I would say yes.
'Cause
Technically,
I technically just fell.
you technically just climbed out the window.
I mean, I just want to stand up because then I should be in range of big ol' bad
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah. Stand up, step out from behind John, and you can definitely see over the goblins' heads. There's the boss goblin hunkered down in the crowd.
And he's within range of me, correct?
He's right behind you, basically.
Okay.
Like he hit you and like slid between you and the building. So it was like boom, 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 hit the ground.
Okay.
Need to
Which
work
means
on the
he's co-
landing.
Which means he's covered by my sentinel, so if anybody attacks him, I can attack them.
So I am going to take a pot shot at big ol' Gob King over there.
Alright.
Alright. Get a plus to that. That's a 16.
16 on the god boss.
Yep.
That is not going to hit. Oh
Well,
shit!
OP.
It's actually got AC. It's a
Then I'm
miracle.
going to action surge then.
Oh, you bitch!
I'm going to hit this. I didn't fall out of a window for nothing.
Bitch! All right, roll the hit.
Okay, that's better than an 8. So let's see. That is a 10 plus 8, 18.
18 definitely hits.
All right. Let's see. So And that.
What AC is one of two numbers. Which is it? Does it matter? We'll see.
Not too bad, not too bad. That is 14.
14 damage.
Yep.
He's not dead yet.
It's good.
But there is a sizable spray of blood as you make contact with this shot. And the Goblin Boss immediately hunkers down. Oh, wait a second. Oh, shit. Wait, no, hold up. The Goblin Boss has a reaction. This is great. Redirect attack. When a creature the Goblin can see targets it with an attack, the Goblin chooses another Goblin within 5 feet. The two Goblins swap places, and the chosen Goblin becomes the target instead. He just grabs the Goblin out of the crowd and holds it up.
I like to imagine he just grabs the Goblin by the head and just puts it in front of him.
And it just explodes.
Wait, does that mean I could use my Deadeye trait then?
Yeah, you could.
Then I'm going to. I am hitting this big fat boy.
Good thing you saved
You
it.
level the gun. He's like, no!
Just keeps throwing his cohorts in front of him.
Unfortunately, he can't because he only has one reaction.
Oh yeah,
always
one
one
reaction.
My rolls have gotten better by 2 each roll. That is a 12 plus 8 for 20.
That hits. Give me some damage. That's fucking great. Oh, shit.
That is one below maximum. That is 15 damage.
15 damage. And the Goblin falls backwards into the crowd with a spray of blood. You can hear it cursing and sputtering. It is still alive, but
Barnaby just
you connected.
blows the smoke from his musket. Don't make me do it again.
That will take us to Noelle, who heard this exchange around the corner.
Okay, with my amazing new eyesight, I will turn the corner and take a peek. How is
It's a mess.
Can I be a bad person real quick? I'm sorry. Is dark vision concentration?
Alorn's not. Oh yeah.
Don't
Well, we lose
believe
past
so.
that a trace
No.
if it is, but that's not.
Well, no, I'm asking because she took did she take any hits from the goblins as she ran by?
No, I didn't.
She
take any
specifically
hits.
didn't.
Cool. All right. Never mind then. Take back.
Well, they
Sorry.
did attack. They did attack her twice. Dark vision is not concentration.
Oh.
Pass without trace is.
Yeah,
Cool.
no, I don't care about passive.
Oh no, I was mostly asking because I wasn't sure because if dark vision is concentration, I don't like. It would be good if Noelle kept it, but if you got hit a few
That would
times,
be a
Dark vision.
really bad
Just
concentration spell.
It just lasts for 8 hours.
oh, handy.
Yeah,
I could just
just
see
a nice
forever.
handy buff. Yeah. Yeah. No. So Noelle can see. We're good.
Okay, I was just going to say, can I see if anyone's hurt on the battlefield?
John's got a couple scrapes, but he's not in bad shape. Alorn's taken a couple shanks, but she is a bear, and will probably be fine. Barnaby just fell out a window, so there's that.
He'll be fine. Okay.
And yeah, there's a lot of panicking goblins.
Kill the goblin.
There are so many hurt goblins out there, Noelle.
Given that I know that, let's see, how many did Aloran wild shape today to a point where she would be down one?
Wild shape is a short rest refresh.
Oh, short rest. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I know she can transform into a bear again if things go bad. So I will bonus action healing word John.
Okay.
So you will gain a bit of health. The maximum health. 9 health, John. And I will poke my head out from the corner and, as an action, use the hand crossbow to shoot. Can I see the Goblin Boss?
I would say there's like 2 layers of goblin. There's the the vanguard line around the bear, and then there's the mob in front of it. So you can see them, but I'd say they have like 3/4 cover.
How many are around Lauren? How about that?
4.
I will take a shot at one of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll to hit.
That is cocked. That is good. 19.
That'll hit.
Cool.
That is caca.
Damage. 5 plus dex. So 9 damage to the goblin.
That is a dead goblin. As just back of the head. Face plants right next to you,
You
Lauren.
should not have come back. That's my turn.
All right. That's another dead goblin.
Actually, can I pull my head back around the corner? Is that a legal move?
Yeah, you can back up.
Cool.
That's fine.
I'll get out of their
So yeah,
visual range.
they know there's somebody still over there shooting, but they can't see you.
Cool. That's my turn.
That will take us to the Gob Boss.
Thanks for the help, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Gob Boss. Is going to sink down into the crowd of goblins. And Lauren and John and Barnaby, you're all standing there watching as their head just fucking down behind all of its peers.
He's just building a
and,
goblin fort.
Attempts to hide badly. Well, not that badly, actually. You actually do lose track of him.
All of us?
Do I?
I believe so.
Is my super high vantage point?
That is correct, yes. The Gob Boss is currently hidden. They sunk real low down into that crowd of goblins, and none of you sees them right now.
We have a rough idea where they are, though.
What a goober.
You don't see any goblins slinking out of the mob, so presumably they have not left there. And they are standing out in the open, but you don't see where they went.
Okay.
So that will take us to Aloran.
I'm gonna fight the goblins that are around me.
Okay. There are still 3 standing. Knives out.
So I get 2, so I will fight the closest. And does a 16 hit?
16 hits.
Is a D8. Damage.
That is another dead goblin.
And then I'm gonna claw another one.
That hits. Seven.
Yes.
7. That is another dead goblin. 2 more drop at your feet, torn and slaughtered by claw and tooth. It is a bloodbath out on the resort lawn tonight, I should say. Burberry.
I was gonna say, if Aloran wants to,
Hey, the boy.
I know you would technically be risking an opportunity attack, but if you wanted to get closer to a bigger horde, there's just one left. I could probably pick him off.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You want to keep moving? Okay. He is going to make an attempt to stab you as you run away and miss, because that is a 9. He's just like, he just fucking sits down and just lays there.
No, don't sit down. I'll disadvantage then.
Burberry, it's your turn.
Can I hit anything with a 60-foot range?
Yes, everything's in range of you.
Cool! Alright, then I'm gonna cast Spiritual Weapon in the large group where the goblin guy is. You guys are gonna see a giant book with teeth come out of the sky.
Odd.
Cool.
And I will attack with it.
Who are you attacking?
A goblin in the mass. I don't really care which.
Just a goblin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not for anything specific. Just lessening the numbers of it. So that's a oh my, that was a 19. 23.
23 definitely hits. Give me some damage.
Cool. It can take 1d8 as the book chomps on it. That one. Okay.
1 damage.
4 damage.
Oh, 4 total. Okay. That will not kill a goblin, but that will injure one as this book manifests, shining with celestial light, and promptly clamps down on a goblin's head and starts chewing. And there's another scream.
You recognize several familiar tabs.
The goblins are not happy right now. This vicious book appearing in their midst looks like it might have been the last straw, as the mob's coherence suddenly begins to undulate and goblins start just to scatter out of it. John, what is your move at the top of the order here? You have
Okay, so they
2
have
more goblins standing in front of you, I think.
only 2.
I thought it was. Is it 2 or 3? I think. No,
I
Alora
don't
had
know.
1. You got 3.
You were just saying there was a mob in front of me. I don't think I ever got a precise count.
There was the 4 plus the 1 underneath you, and then you Barnaby killed one of them, and you killed the one beneath you. So there's the 3 left.
Are they all like right next to each other?
They're all right in front of you. Yeah, like they're standing where they were standing, trying to stand.
They're all within range.
Yep.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you allow cleaving?
No, that's a feat.
Dang it. Wait, that's a feat?
I believe so.
I thought it was just an extra rule. On like page 286 or something like that.
See here. Optional rule: when a melee attack reduces an undamaged creature to 0 points, any excess damage from that attack might carry over.
Berber, were you gonna do anything as an action?
I
Oh.
have not.
It's up to you
used
because
those.
it's an additional rule, so
It's a good spell.
I'm just asking if it is.
Cat did not know that casting it was a bonus action.
Yeah, it's a bonus action to cast, attack, and move it.
Jesus.
It's really good.
It's kind of like the go-to cleric bonus action.
Okay.
272, you said?
Yeah, 272 in the DMG.
I think that's in the same.
Can I do a sacred flame with my action then?
That's why I asked, because I was like, this is totally an additional rule, so I don't know if you wanted it to be in here or not. So.
All right. I'd be willing to give it a shot. I have never used it before, but I'm not opposed.
And as far as I understand, it only works as long as they take an undamaged enemy all the way to 0, and they're right next to the other person.
If a melee attack reduces an undamaged creature to 0, any excess damage from that attack might carry over to the next creature. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can try it. It probably won't come up much, but I'm down.
I would like to try to cleave if I can.
Okay, cool. Just go ahead and make an attack on a goblin then.
The one that got attacked by a book dies.
He dies.
That's 8 points of damage, in addition to whatever the book did.
Oh, he needs to make a save for the Sacred Flame, I think. Which is a dex check. Or dex save, excuse me.
Okay.
Anyways, my roll to hit was 20.
20 will hit. The goblin rolled an 18, funnily enough.
You made it.
So he will survive.
Da-da-da. Good job, Goblin.
But he's still being chewed on by a book, and he does not like that.
10 plus 6.
Oh, and if he had cover, he does not have cover. Not a thing. But he has.
So the total damage will be 12.
Well, we'll kill one goblin, and with cleave, come close to killing another goblin. As you swing, chop clean through one goblin, and bury your halberd deep into the side of another one. it's a real shit show for these guys right now. That's 2 in front of John and Barnaby, one of which is very injured. 1 behind Lauren that has just given up hope. And the remaining dozen or so that are just completely just done. They've completely lost all morale and faith in what was left of their fighting force. They are now in a full sprint, fleeing as you guys kind of bear down on them. So they're just going to dash away from the bear towards the gate at the front of the resort. As they run, they leave behind one goblin straddling the Goblin Boss with a knife in his hands, as he frantically is wrestling and trying to get that knife down into the Goblin Boss's chest. However, with a 2, they are currently at a deadlock as he's just pressing with all of his tiny might.
I'm really surprised all this noise hasn't brought more guards.
It's been like 12 seconds.
That's true.
It's been really like.
I always forget how long or how short these are.
I think this is round 3, so it has not been long.
2. I've only taken 2 actions.
Yeah. So Barnaby.
It always feels longer than it is.
Or I guess there's the 2. No, the two next to you, John, are just fucking booking it. They're just gonna try and run. So.
Well, as soon as they leave my range, I get an opportunity attack, right?
Yeah, you can take an opportunity attack, and even with disengage, that does not protect them. So go for it.
Yep. I'm gonna go for the undamaged one.
Okay.
Does 7 automatically kill it if I hit it, or?
7 damage will kill it. Yes.
Okay, because that's my minimum damage. So as long as I hit it, he's dead. And I got a natural 20. So.
That's a dead goblin. Just with the spear, just skewer him, punching the axe head all the way through. He just hangs there mid-stride as the injured goblin continues to flee after his comrades. So there are only 2 goblins. Well, I guess 3. There's the one who gave up, sitting behind a Lauren. And then there's the 2 wrestling on the ground, one of which is the Goblin Boss, the other of which is just a kind of a small, runty-looking bastard with a knife. So, Barnaby, what are you doing?
All right. So, with that, not sure if I want to interrupt this challenge over the Gob King.
Maybe that
But
other
I think I
goblin wouldn't
will.
be so dumb.
Maybe that one would be smart and listen. It's a good point. Thought in my head. I'm going to take aim at Gob Boss.
All right. This will be a disadvantage because he is prone.
Yep.
He was hiding. He is no longer hidden.
Well, with disadvantage, I don't think that's going to hit. That is a... Let's see. That is an 11.
11 does not hit.
Yep. Alright, well, I know what I can do. How far is John from me right now?
He's right beside you.
Alright, still. I wasn't sure if he moved or not. I will... Fey Gift. I'm going to help him by giving him advantage on that goblin right in front of him right there. You know the one, you see that one right there? He just points.
At the God Boss.
Yeah.
Sure.
So yeah, I'll take the help action and I will use the option to give us both temporary hit points.
Okay.
We each gain 1d6 plus proficiency, which is a +2.
All right.
So that is a whopping 4 temporary hit points.
4 temp HP. Nice.
That's my
All right.
turn.
Noel, your turn.
So there's 3 goblins.
1 resigned to defeat, and 2 wrestling with a knife.
How close is the one that's resigned to defeat?
He's like right behind Aloran.
Well, she ran off.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So he would have been in her path. So like, I guess like 30 feet away. Not now. I guess 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was understood it as Lauren was running up to these ones that were there, and then she continued
Yeah.
onward, and this one's just sitting down now, like, fuck it.
Yeah.
We're all dead.
I don't know how this works. Just for fun, because I don't think these guys are going to be a huge threat at this point, I'm going to... Could I, sneak up behind this goblin, or try to? Because is he facing towards me or away from me?
He's laying on his back, staring at the sky right now. Just-
Okay, could I try and sneak up on him?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
Tiptoe towards him. Give me a stealth check.
24.
Okay. He does not react as you approach.
Cool. Can I just, grab him by the front of his, clothes or whatever, just try and grapple him up?
Okay, sure. Give me an athletics check,
Oh.
and I'll give you advantage because he's not paying attention.
Cool. Surprisingly good. 18.
In line with his ennui here, he's rolled a 3. So you've got him. You just a limp goblin.
And I'll
His droopy eyes just stare back into yours.
say in Elvish, I guess, just to see. I'll say, "Why did you come back?"
He points over at the squabbling goblins.
Higurag said to. No choice.
All right, that's my turn.
Sorry.
That will take us to Higurag, the Goblin Boss, who does not appreciate being challenged and will wrestle. Scoring an 18 on that attack and dealing 3 slashing damage. Oh, it's used multi-attack. Okay. And a second attack, which will miss. So there's just the wrestling with this knife, and Higurag manages to get control of it for a second and stabs him in the side. But he pulls it out and goes for Higurag's throat, and Higurag's got the wrist, and it's just like rolling and tumbling now. That will take us to Aloran, the bear. You see 2 squabbling goblins rolling around with a knife, and the whole mob has just fled away from this. Like, fuck this, they're done. They are running full speed for the gate.
Also, you're muted.
You're muted, hun.
I'd like to pin the boss goblin down so the little goblin can...
Oh, you want to pin him?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
give
put one paw.
Give me a grapple check.
Is that just like a strength thing?
Yeah, you add your athletics score to it if you have proficiency in athletics. Otherwise, it's just strength.
Do you have that?
And the Goblin Boss will attempt to avoid this.
Can I still add that +6 that Noel gave me?
You can.
Can you?
It's up to a minute, I think.
It's been going on for like...
Oh, the D6.
Yeah.
the D6?
Right. Okay, I thought you were talking about Aloran's athletic score. Sorry. How much?
I rolled a 6 for the...
So what's that total?
That is 15.
Higurag rolled a 5. So just one big paw, and you press down on Higurag's back, pinning him to the ground, as the other goblin pulls himself out from underneath him, knife in hand. Is that your action?
Yup.
All right.
Pin the big...
So the goblin like looks up at you.
Oh, actually, before I go, I'm gonna look at that little one, and with my like bare eye, I'll be like, "Don't you fucking stab me!" Like, don't do it.
The goblin's like standing there, like standing off with you, like hunched with the knife, with just blood pouring out of this wound in his side, like staring intently, watching you. As this standoff is happening, Burberry, what are you doing?
Okay, we got runners, we got this going on.
Out of curiosity, how many goblins are like scattered now?
That mob, yeah, that fled is probably like a dozen, maybe.
Were they all going for the front exit, or are they just like scattered around the fucking the grounds now?
They just bolted. They all bolted for the gate.
Okay.
Like they're just fucking trying to get the fuck out of here at this point.
Okay, so I have a weird question. It's
Okay.
only been 2 rounds.
This is
So
the third round.
This
Yep.
is the 3rd round. I'm gonna assume that goblins have a 30-foot movement, so 60 feet if they're doing.
Dashing,
Are the 2 that ran off at the very beginning within 120 feet for message range?
You could try. You haven't seen them since they fell over the wall.
It's true. I'm just debating. It's fine. You know what? I'm gonna be weird. Let's give this wonderful friendo who's attacking the big goblin some healing word. Let's make him feel better.
You call down some encouraging words from the window, and he kind of like looks up at you.
He gets an extra 5 hit.
I could kill a
all
bear.
He jumps in.
No.
Okay, so Burberry, healing word on the goblin for 5 hit points. John, it's your turn. What are you doing?
Okay, so all the goblins are fleeing towards the gate, correct?
All but 3. One that has given up and is lying. Well, now it's just like dangling in Noel's grasp. And then the 2 that were wrestling over the knife that Aloran has pinned the boss.
I would like to sprint as fast as possible towards the gate
Okay.
that they're trying to get to.
Okay. What's your full speed?
My full speed should be 60.
60. Okay. So you can't catch up with them this turn, but you can definitely close some distance, since they are kind of having to move at a diagonal, where you can just kind of.
Am I able to get within
Left
10
diagonal.
feet of one of them?
No, I'd say you're still probably like 20 feet behind them, just because they got that head start. But
Even the injured one?
they're still moving full speed. That adrenaline is pumping. They scared. Actually, no. I guess the one that took off from you, yeah, you could catch.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
his
That
movement
one-
speed's faster.
That
than mine.
one you could catch. That one you could catch.
Yeah, I want to just get within 10 feet, so when he moves, he triggers my reaction.
All right. That's fair. They will continue to flee. So, what is your reaction? You gonna stab this one too?
Yup.
Well, roll to hit.
That's a 18 plus 6.
That hits.
Like I can't math right now. I mean, I do a minimum of 7 damage,
Yep.
so he's dead.
That's another dead goblin for sure. Just fucking cutting the legs out from under him and then through the back. The other goblins are screaming in fear. And as you guys are running at this point, John, you can see like around you there are people kind of poking their heads out of the cabana windows and doors. Like, what the fuck is happening out here? Some of the guests are anxiously investigating.
Live goblin extermination for your enjoyment.
Roll deception. The knife goblin in front of Aloran. His eyes slowly drift from the bear back down to Higurag on the ground. He falls to his knees, grabs Higurag by the throat, and just starts stabbing. And that's holy shit.
I feel like we've just come in at the climax of some goblin movie. Can it just be like raining?
I'm not even fucking kidding. It's a 20, man.
Awesome.
That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, he's probably killing this goblin. Probably. I think he deals enough damage. I hope he deals enough damage. That'd be sad if he fucking whiffed it. Oh yeah, no, that's plenty. That's 8 plus 2, so 10 damage. Just frantically stabbing as Higurag begins coughing up blood. And before long, the Goblin Boss has fallen still, and the little knife goblin will get to his feet, look up at the bear, and throw the knife down on the ground.
Kill him right now. It is the climax of his life.
That's such a low blow.
No.
I became the Goblin King.
He looks back at his fleeing compatriots, and he looks at the bear and the gunman and the weird little bird thing up in the window.
And the book with teeth.
And the book with teeth that's still latched onto one of the fleeing goblins.
Oh, it just it's after if it gets out of 60 feet.
Okay. Well, I guess it's chasing them. Whatever. He says something in Goblin.
Me.
Nobody reacts.
Are we out of combat at this point? If we are, I'll just
pretty
toss
close
down
to
the guy that I caught.
Okay.
The ennui goblin.
Are we out of If we're out of combat, I'll turn back into sexy merpers.
He kind of nervously takes a step back.
Do you speak Elvish? I'll say in Elvish.
A little.
Good enough. Were you angry about Higurag's orders? I guess I don't know his name is Higurag. Oh wait, no, we did learn that actually, didn't we? From the 2 we captured.
From the
And the one you just grabbed and demanded to know why.
Oh right,
also
yeah,
said
okay.
Higurag too.
I was
Yeah.
thinking too hard.
So,
Yeah,
You've heard the name a couple times.
I'll start walking over to this one, and I'll say that.
And he will reply.
I told Higurag it was a stupid plan. Higurag did not listen.
You were very right.
Now, half of us are dead. So is Higurag.
Spits on the corpse.
Spits on him. I like this guy's
I don't
passion.
know what they're saying, but I'm like, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know what this goblin's saying, but I'm like, I like this goblin.
Red stick.
He spits in his hand and extends it to you.
I have a friend that's a goblin.
I don't know if I want to know what is in Goblin spit.
Yeah, John, what are you doing? Because you like chased down the goblin mob and like skewered one. The others are still like running and screaming for the gate, which is
John's
currently
still
closed.
raging. He can't tell anything behind him.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Are you chasing the mob?
Yes.
All right, cool. Is that another attack on the goblins ahead of you?
Yeah.
Did anyone prep calm emotions?
I did.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Wow.
John is full blown like rage mode right now. He's focused on the giant pile of EXP in front of him.
Yeah, those goblins are fucking screaming for their lives, running for the gate. The ones up front reached the closed gate and are now like frantically digging under it to try and get under it. And John is just behind them, slowly like chewing through the remainder of that group.
But if it gets through like a turn, Burberry will message John and say they've surrendered. You know.
Did they surrender?
I would say
Oh,
so,
they're clean.
considering that all the ones you are chasing are running away, and the ones that are not running away aren't attacking us.
John will turn around for a second. And
You'll
I
see
guess
a tiny goblin shaking hands with Lauren, standing over Higurag's corpse.
What was the
John
tiny
will-
goblin's name?
Breadstick.
Breadstick?
Yes.
I love it.
John will heave for a little bit, and then eventually calm down.
You're like standing on top of another dead goblin. The crowd is like bunched up against the gate, trying to get away from you, like pressing like arms out. The ones in the back are frantically digging. All of them are screaming. People are like poking their heads out of the windows and the doors, like trying to see what the fuck is happening.
I'll say to the goblins, you best remember who lives here.
All like frantically nodding, and soon you see them starting to slip under the gate, like squeezing themselves through that tiny hole they dug, just as fast as they possibly can. And a few moments later, they are all out of sight, running, screaming into the trees.
So, breadstick.
Artery picks up the rock and throws it. I missed my chance to hog wrestle a monarch.
Wait, that was this? I don't remember one of those being on the list.
There is a monarch here still.
Oh wait, that's okay. I didn't actually hear that.
Part-time
He's
monarch
dead.
or president.
Hey, does he have to be alive?
I feel
Yes.
like breadstick is earned the title.
Breadstick is now the monarch of that.
He hasn't been elected through the proper authorities yet.
I just gesture to the knife
Burberry-
sticking out of Higurag's neck.
I think
Burberry
that
is
is the
going to be the
proper
most
authorities.
pragmatic and take the stairs.
So,
John is gonna go to the shower.
Burberry, as you're walking downstairs, you will see other people in the stairwell, kind of looking out the window of the stairwell, trying to see what the fuck is happening. And as you hit the second floor landing, like the door to the hallway like bursts open, and Botan is standing there in a nightgown. What the fuck is on this racket? What is happening?
Oh, my deepest apologies. It would seem that our attempt to be diplomatic was not effective enough, so we had to dispatch a few tonight.
Oh no. He runs to the window too. He looks out. Holy shit. He notices all the guests around him. Everything is under control, everyone. Please, don't worry. Make your way back to your rooms. Everything is underway. We are all taken care of. Look at this, all wrapped up. See? No goblin attack happening here. No worries, please. Away from the windows. Everyone, come on. Let's get back to bed. We have a busy day tomorrow. You guys need to clean this shit up. Please, hurry.
John starts dragging bodies across the lawn.
We make just the goblin bonfire.
Artery picks up a few.
Who has marshmallows?
So yeah, Burberry, you're heading downstairs. Botan is doing damage control feverishly on the first floor, and Burberry, you get down to the first or on the second floor. On the first floor, Burberry, you get down and you can see a whole bunch of like the maitre d's and kitchen cooks all like bunched up at that door, like kind of staring out that tiny window, trying to see what the fuck was happening. You kind of have to push through them to get out.
I think he does. I feel like he just goes, excuse me, may I go by?
Yeah. They just kind of dumbfounded, shocked, kind of step back and let you pass them. And yeah, you can kind of join the others outside talking to Breadstick. Or I guess talking around Breadstick, as they're kind of joking about wrestling him for kingship. While he stands there staring at the dead body of his former boss.
I believe that we should probably start moving the bodies to a less conspicuous location. It's upsetting the guests.
As you say this, you see John walking over, dragging corpse.
Thank you, John.
Breadstick.
Like 3 of them over his
Wow.
shoulder.
I was gonna say to Breadstick. I love that name. Breadstick. As the new leader of this clan of goblins, you would not be stupid enough to steal from Gladham again, would you?
tribe is done for at this point. There's too few of us now. The survivors are probably going to go their separate ways from here, I think. Higurag was not a good leader, but she was a mean one.
You are definitely right. She was not a good leader.
Hard to tell the difference with goblins.
Perhaps.
No, there were female goblins.
Is it possible to have a non-goblin leader?
I don't think there's a clan anymore. That's what Breadstick is saying.
Yes. No.
I wouldn't count on it.
I'm gonna have this conversation in not Elvish.
Sure.
Well, I mean, if any survivors perhaps would like to, well, we would have to talk to the owner of the hotel first, naturally. But
Do you mind?
I would rather not. Go ahead.
Do you mind if I tell Breadstick to leave? I don't think he's...
Oh yes, please do.
Breadstick, can you get the rest of your goblins, wrap them up, and go?
John's like, they already ran.
Yeah, he's the only one left, I believe.
Well, there's that one. I'll point to the one that's just staring at the stars.
Oh.
The one that you grabbed and just set down, and now he's just kind of like watching this unfurl.
Did you break him psychologically?
Breadstick looks over to that goblin, and you hear him say something. And the goblin just kind of just starts walking away towards the gate.
He said fuck off. But, yeah, I'll go. Sorry about this.
Do not
Trying
come
to
back.
stop you.
Yep.
And he just starts walking for the gate, following the other goblin. Kind of takes a couple hurried steps to catch up and starts talking. You can hear his tiny voice. The other goblin just kind of pushes him away. And they walk separately towards that gate before reaching it and squeezing under and disappearing from view.
This is going to be a long night. Burberry's right, though. We need to start cleaning. I'll just go around. I'll be the vacuum cleaner. I'll just start prestidigitationing all the blood splatters.
And I would like to cast Calm Emotion on the area that's next to the windows on the second and the third floor.
Just.
Yeah.
Is Calm Emotion an AoE or is that a target?
It's totally an AoE. You attempt to suppress strong emotions in a group of people.
Oh shit! All right, cool.
Each
Just
humanoid in a
target.
20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range must make a charisma saving throw.
Fair enough. In the interest of time, I imagine that will probably do a lot to help sedate the concern in the stairwell. So yeah, y'all are gathering corpses, prestidigitating bloodstains.
John's looking at the corpse like, do you want me to burn these here or yeet them over the wall or what? What?
Oh,
Get
right.
the
Oh,
gargoyle.
it's the guy.
There's the one tie
Oh, he's
on the ground who's just
He's
been waiting.
alive?
I'll take out my scimitar and untie him.
Sorry, dude, I thought you were dead.
No, I am very much alive. Thank you for very prompt rescue. You've
Apologies, we caused a rescue to be required.
this was your fault. He looks
They-
concerned, confused.
We tried not to wipe out a tribe, and they came anyway. We told them not to.
Well, fuck, man. Now I don't know how to feel.
Alive.
Well, I mean, generally, you don't want to just go out and commit genocide.
Yeah, I guess so.
Did the goblins do anything else, or were you just tied up and that was it?
I mean, they just fell on me out of nowhere. didn't have time to react.
They didn't take any other
I
guards.
paid you back. I fell on them.
Thanks for that.
Any wounds that need healing? Are you feeling all right?
I mean, a couple of bumps and scratches, but nothing bad. They just, trussed me up and then started dragging me towards the door. I think they were trying to break in. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but sounded good.
Maybe you know. Should I burn these here? Should I heat them over the wall?
Oh, please don't burn those in the resort. Like, take those out to the beach or, I don't know, throw them in the ocean or something.
Can I bury them? Here?
John's just gonna start heating them over the wall.
Oh no! Oh dear.
Just ragdolls.
He's like, well, I'm probably going to have to go clean that up tomorrow, but okay. Let's
Oh,
go
I'm just getting them over the wall so I can take them from there.
Oh, okay, no, thank you. That would help a lot.
Please don't put them in the ocean because the tide will come in and leave random goblin body parts on the beach.
Or the sharks will eat them.
Or the sharks.
I was gonna say that it'd be a good meal for the sharks.
There are sharks.
Oh wait, no, throw them in the ocean. I'll go in the water, talk to some sharks, be like, who wants some grub? I got you covered.
That's actually not a bad idea.
All right,
Once
John.
John's
It's a circle
heated
of
them
life.
all over the wall, he's gonna hop the wall, and then he's gonna like tie each leg with like a little bit of rope and tie it to his glaive. He's just gonna drag them along.
Oh
This
no!
fucking trail of goblin bodies.
gonna
The
be
whole
like-
dirt and rocks and shit.
Noel just follows behind prestidigitation and she probably trailing blood.
Actually, before John goes, do you have like a cart? I'll talk to the guard. Just like a spare cart
but-
that he could a hand cart he could pull.
We got like wheelbarrows and stuff, yeah.
Would
This
a
is probably
wheelbarrow
faster.
help, John?
I don't think we'll fit in a wheelbarrow.
It is like a dozen dead bodies, but
Could squish them.
you can stack them.
I could try to squish them in there, but might get some guts all over.
You
all
know,
over
just
it.
do it however you want. But yeah, I am actually just gonna be prestidigitating probably for the next like fucking hour.
That's fine.
They start throwing bodies. Before they start throwing the bodies in the ocean, I'm gonna go into the ocean and like start talking to some sharks.
Okay. Yeah. Do you speak with animals, or are you just gonna be like just another shark trying to goad them into following you?
And John's just gonna heat him into the ocean, like a good distance.
You find yourself a nice rocky precipice and just start fucking chucking goblins.
Yep.
Like a 50-foot drop, and there's just all these big
I wanna
splashes.
I'm gonna do an experiment with one of them. I'm gonna see how far I can eat it.
Oh my god. All right, give me a strength check. This is so fucked up.
You expected anything less?
Uh,
I mean, really.
that is a 17.
17. It's a pretty good distance on that one. Probably like 100 feet, maybe.
Yeah.
You kind of like shade your eyes. It's like, it's dark out. I can't tell.
If you grab one of the limbs and then like huck it, like make so it spins, that might go
Yeah.
further.
I just grab it by the leg and I just like heat it.
Like a frisbee.
I would like to read them rites of passage as they go.
Remember me standing there blessing them as
No,
John is just.
before.
She's blessing the ammo pile.
Safe
No,
travels.
yeah, you have to. There is a.
This is so fucked.
No, there is a way that you should do it. I just would like to read them their death rites before
That's
they
fine.
get hucked into the ocean.
That's probably
That's fine.
fair.
And then Lauren, you're gonna go talk to some sharks.
Yeah.
I'll say, give me a survival check. See if you can find something quickly or not.
I can't stop
Oh, fuck.
just
hope that-
imagining the scene.
I hope we never rush that.
Just wait till you
Well-
see what we do to characters you care about, Plet.
Clearly. I've already seen what happens there.
Well,
Here,
you
their
know,
heads off
on
in
the-
fucking busy streets.
on the upside, John jumps off of buildings in every scenario. So
I could plan for that.
I've jumped twice,
That's a pattern.
and my
in
other
D&D.
option was to either use a rope or go down the stairs.
Enemies are gonna start wearing like spike hats.
Wait, wasn't it? No, it's 3 times. You jumped into the pool of acid.
Oh
That was
shit!
Barnaby.
No, I thought they both did it.
No, that
I
was
didn't
me. and
jump into a
Barnaby.
pool.
Oh, it
Oh,
was
it's
Lauren
Lauren.
and Barnaby.
My bad.
Also,
I
there
was like, I
wasn't
know
a
it was
building.
Lauren and or a Barnaby and I just didn't remember the person.
Lauren, with your 12, it's probably like half an hour before you actually do come across some sharks. A little further from the island than maybe you had expected, but you find some. There's like 3 of them that are just kind of like chilling near a reef.
I got food for you.
You know what time it is, right?
Feeding time?
Dark.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're not hungry.
You hungry? I don't know, I'm pretty hungry. I could eat. Yeah, I guess I could eat too. Where's the food?
Over here.
Okay.
They start following you. Probably the chillest interaction you've had with an animal so far. Pack of sharks follows you and finds some goblins. They're like,
Oh, fuck yeah.
and they just. After probably like half an hour, you guys. Or I guess it'd be like an hour if you guys stay there and watch. You'll see this fucking just bubble of red churning water down at the base of the cliffs. As the sharks fucking dig in.
To the Lauren party.
Yum trash.
No.
We love trash.
She did
Just
not.
checking. That was a good idea, actually, though.
All right.
Ilani is
And-
well tonight.
As I depart, I will tell them to enjoy.
Oh, hell yeah, thanks, man. You sure you don't want any of this?
I'm good.
Oh, cool, awesome, more for us. Oh,
They just keep mauling the
The
goblins.
sharks are
Are you
really
sure
nice.
this it looks like it's been tenderized first?
this one's missing a foot. Send it back.
Make sure to warn them about the extra bullet pieces in some of them.
I'm pretty sure the
shrapnel.
one you shot
Oh,
with a
the
bullet
mine.
exploded.
Is there anything you guys want to take care of before getting back to bed?
I'll probably check in with the.
Is Botan? How's he doing?
On a
Yeah.
scale of
Yeah,
1
we
to
should-
10,
we should
how
check in
would
with-
you
Seek
rate
him
us?
out
Right.
after I finish
Also-
training.
John is getting a shower.
Sure. I don't think that the staff are going to argue with you when they see, kind of the mess of blood you're covered in. They'll unlock the spawn and let you use one of the showers. The scene when you get back to the resort, it's probably like an hour and a half, 2 hours later maybe. Takes to fully clean up and get everyone back and assembled. Botan is sort of wrapping up a conversation with some of the sort of general service staff, kind of sending them back off to bed. He's in the restaurant. He's kind of, he's exhausted looking. He's just sitting there in his nightgown, and he's grabbed himself a bottle of some kind of liquor off the shelf behind the bar and just popped the top, and is just sitting and pouring himself a shot when you guys walk in. It's like, this was a lot more work than I thought I'd be doing this late at night.
Everything's cleaned up.
Well, that's good.
As far as we could
Uh,
tell, no one was harmed.
Also good. How are you all doing?
Can I have a drink?
Kind of locks eyes with you. He's got kind of a leery sort of expression on his face. Like he's tired, but he's definitely a little bit more alert now that you've walked in. And kind of clinks his glass on the table. I thought you guys said you had handled this. What happened?
We told you exactly what we did.
I thought he was done.
So did we.
Their king decided to be an idiot. He's dead now.
Somebody folk in the stairs said they saw goblins fighting each other.
That was because none of the other goblins wanted to be here.
Apparently, yeah, that was kind of a divisive decision amongst their ranks.
Okay, well. I admit I am I'm tired and I want to go to bed, but I am somewhat at a loss. How do you suppose we should resolve these?
We were completely transparent, and we upheld our end of the bargain. I don't see any reason anything has to change.
We also took care of them when they did come.
This is true. Go ahead and
There
give
was
me
also
a persuasion
damage.
check. Noah,
Advantage because
With
John
advantage
chimed in?
'cause- No.
sure.
Natural 20. So,
what's that total?
29.
29. Oh shit.
The
Voten
DC was
just-
30.
Fuck you and your resort stay. You have to be poor. You're level 4. No, Botan, he sits there thoughtfully for a moment and eventually just kind of takes a deep breath, shoots his shot, grabs another cup, pours it, hands it to you, Aloran. It's late. And to your credit, nobody did get hurt.
There's nothing
I-
else.
Not stolen either.
There was no damage at all.
I confess I am impressed. Somewhat begrudgingly, but impressed nonetheless. Even with this small hiccup, you are responsive. Very capable. I do think that my recommendation to Donen is well earned, right? You let him know I sent you when you talk to him again, right?
No, we did.
We're planning on taking care of his issue tomorrow.
Now that your job is actually complete.
I suppose all's well that ends well, yeah?
I'm very, very certain those goblins are not coming anywhere near here again.
I should hope not after the mess you made out there.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to haunt their nightmares for a while.
If they ever say a bear, they'll cry.
If anyone sees a bear on this island, I think we're all in trouble. I did not think they lived out here.
Oh.
Point at Lord.
Uh-oh. I'm
we
lonely
know,
bear then.
we know who that is then.
Oh my goodness, a bear.
Well, this has certainly
Mistake the bear.
been...
They mistake the bear for a Lorne, but it's an actual bear.
Yeah, right? Oh, hi, Lord. Facts.
This has certainly been a day. Does anybody else want a nightcap before turning in? I am liable to finish this bottle myself otherwise.
I will join you, for sure.
I will
It's like
go to
maps.
bed.
Yes.
Thank you again.
He will pour you another shot.
Noel's out.
I feel like Lorne is just constantly boozed at this point. Like, she doesn't even wait to get a full night's sleep anymore. She's just in the middle of the night.
I'll take a drink. Fuck it. Here, here.
I gotta go make some more bullets. I almost ran out.
I have to go fix a very messed up blanket fort.
Alright, I guess I'm chilling with Botan.
Yeah, if I got any soot on there from the shop, sorry about that.
Oh, it's not that. It's mostly the, big. It knocked over a few places because of the tall.
The 8-foot tall person that went through there.
It wasn't made for that purpose. It's fine.
And then the 7-foot tall person.
Solid. Yeah.
Oh,
A little looser in places, but it's not too hard to fix. And yeah, Alorn, I guess can polish off the remnants of that bottle with Botan and call it a night. And you guys settle in, return to your beds, take care of what last business needs to be dealt with.
As goblins. Sorry.
The second wave! No. You guys will get a sound night's sleep from here on out. So, let's break here and pick up in 7 minutes.
Okie dokie.
10:25.
Go to break. Okay, we're back. Cool.
Back. The goblins are gone. Good job. So everyone wakes up, refreshed, slots restored, hit points back, temp HP gone.
Presumably,
as fresh can
we
be.
slept in a bit because we did spend an hour cleaning up after.
Oh yeah. Nah, you would have probably had to restart that long rest. So you would probably be sleeping in until like 10 or 11. Sun's already up. Breakfast is wrapping up. Although when you guys do head down to the kitchen restaurant area, the few guests that are still dining, as well as the staff present, upon seeing your entry, will all actually give you a small round of applause. A couple pats on the shoulders as you walk by. The elderly dwarven couple who you guys have seen around here will kind of lean in and say,
Thank you very much for your help last night. Real good of you to step in like that. Could have gotten ugly.
No problem.
We're just glad nobody
Filthy
was
little
hurt.
goblins. Vile things. Glad to be rid of them.
Just some concerned citizens.
Bless all of you. You've done good work this night. Would you like to join us for breakfast?
A little late for breakfast, huh?
Like to take our time.
If you don't mind the company.
Please, by all means, join us.
I love the idea of like, oh yeah, we're just concerned citizens as I look back at my friend with the giant gun strapped to his back.
What?
It's just not subtle at all.
Ain't supposed to be subtle. You think Bertha's supposed to be quiet? No, a lady like that is loud and proud.
Interesting analogy.
I know you can't see.
I'm pretty sure my glaive probably stands out more. Considering it's 10 feet tall.
What'd you say, Burberry?
I said, I know you can't see my face, but I'm quite concerned.
I didn't name her, she named herself.
That way.
I didn't name her, she named herself.
Oh, sorry, that was a mishearing on my part. I heard that birth is supposed to be that way, loud and proud.
Nope, Bertha. That's her name.
As I said, my apologies.
I also heard birth.
Heard for
Your what?
Anyway,
Your
Apologies. Apologies, you know, when you're sorry for something.
Exactly, thank you.
I thought it was like a mountain range.
No, that's the Appalachians.
Yeah, don't you know your geographies?
That one you're really stretching. There's not even a name in that one.
Not from where you're at.
Where are you from?
Cramacon? Well, the border of Cramacon.
It sounds lovely.
It's like a mix between caramel and corn, but just kind of mispronounced.
These old dwarves they'll be okay company. I mean, they're old people. At a spa. Like, they're here to relax and just not think, not worry about anything. Just make some polite small talk while you guys eat.
sure.
What is it that you guys want to tackle today?
We're going straight to Dornan?
Gordon?
That's a question for the party.
Yep.
Games.
Go kill some more things.
I do want to say...
Or study.
Hmm?
Or study new things.
Oh, right. I do want to say that, based on what he told us yesterday, this could be complicated again, like the goblins were. If we're talking about, like, an actual society of, like, 20 plus people, that were living there, and then the mine ended up moving into their territory, which is what it kind of sounded like. What's happened? That gets a little ambiguous. Are we prepared to just kill
close up the hole?
Right, well, it's like, do we want to kill all these things? Do we want to close the hole? Do we want to broker a treaty?
I like that one.
Also, we will be we are kind of at more of a disadvantage down there, because that is their territory. So
Well,
I'm just throwing out the concerns right now.
I suppose we couldn't hurt to investigate. We have not actually entered into the agreement. If we want, we can go scout it out ahead of time
That's true.
and
I
see
think
what
if we're
kind of
gonna try-
situation they can deal with.
I think if we're trying to do a treaty or something, we probably should talk to him and see if he'd be willing to.
Alright.
If that would be okay with terms.
It'd be nice if we had more details. Maybe we should try and talk to one of the union members.
Good idea.
They might know more.
We should also find out what outcomes he's willing to accept. Like, is he willing to accept a treaty versus annihilation, or just sealing up the hole, or what have you?
Let's go talk to Dornan, see what he is up for, see if he knows that he has learned anything else maybe, and then he can probably point us in the direction of his ex-employees, so we can talk to them to get more details. Alright, let's go.
Okay. So making your way towards Dornan's office. Not difficult. You guys know where it is. Probably takes you half an hour to cross town, back into town, really, and then reach that building. And again, as it was yesterday, the office seems vacant. No sign of any visitors or traffic around here. No horses outside. Windows all shuttered.
I'll just go in.
Seems rather quiet out of the office. All right.
I know he's got a
Little
bell.
ding, 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 ding on the bell. And a few moments later, you'll see the office door at the far end of the room open, and Dornan Fallshine will step out.
Hello
You're
again.
back. Well, good to see you all. You look good.
Slept in a bit.
Kind of hesitates. Well, have you thought on our discussion yesterday?
We have some additional thoughts. We are still leaning towards yes. We just need to know a bit more about what we're getting involved in.
Well, if I knew more, I would
We
share
know that
it.
you can't give us any more information yourself, so we were hoping that you could get us in contact or tell us how to reach your union rep.
Well, it's not my union.
The union rep.
The miners are currently holding the line out front of the mine itself. So, if you wanted to talk to her, I suppose, you would need to head up to the mine.
Who,
Alright,
who
and
is
then there's
her?
We're also
Sorry, what's her name?
Oh,
Before we
sorry,
continue?
go, John.
Pauline Stoneboot
Poorly.
is a dwarf,
we also
very young woman.
just want to verify what outcomes you're okay with. Like, is the only option extermination? Are you okay if we do some kind of treaty if they're okay with that? If we just seal it up?
Okay, I don't know what is down there, but the sub-level was established on the hopes that we would find another
Dane?
vein, yes, thank you, of mithril down there. I would like to continue operating.
The intent is to continue digging deeper as far as we can to keep this mine productive.
Right, but if you've just stumbled into another creature's or another civilization's habitat, you know.
Civilization. Who lives underground?
Oh, a
Aside
lot of
from-
creatures, actually.
Yeah, just look at John like he probably knows.
But again, the question is, if they are a civilization and are intelligent, are you okay with a treaty or with moving that specific subflora a little bit out of the way so it doesn't invade their territory?
I mean, about treaties, the monsters down in mine,
If-
for sure.
If they're non-intelligent monsters, yes, we'll exterminate them. It's not a problem. We're just concerned for the fact that it may be an intelligent species.
Or drow. That's another one.
It just dark elves in Pharaoh. That is. You're not joking. Okay. Well, look, I did not think this would be too complicated of a job. This is just monsters in my mind. You clear them out, and we can continue working.
Well, you admitted you don't know what they are.
I mean, what else could they be?
Who knows?
There's a lot of subterranean creatures.
Do you know all the threats out in the forest?
Somebody out there does. I would call a hunter if I needed that sort of expertise. I am not a lumber.
Well, we would probably talk to the owner of a mining company if we wanted to know what creatures lied underground.
And again, we're not being confrontational right now. We don't want to be confrontational. All we want to know.
He definitely kind of like sat back up.
Back up,
adjusted
Noel.
His shirt.
all we want to know is if they are intelligent. Are you okay with us trying to broker some kind of treaty with them?
I don't know.
Or at least
what sort
establish
of
communication?
treaty look, if you can get them out of my mine, fine. I want them out of my mine, whatever they are.
I mean,
That-
technically they live there first, so if they're an intelligent civilization, are you okay with establishing communication to try to work this out?
If you can get them out of my mine, I am not picky how you do it.
So
But I want them out
he has
of my
one
mine.
answer. He's a broken record, and we should go.
We've reached the end of this dialogue tree.
Yeah, the dialogue's over.
I think we'll have to discuss this before we just.
If these are goblins living in a cave, I don't. Yeah, they have no right to my mind. This is my livelihood. This is my workers' livelihood.
We are proposing that it might be more complicated than that, but it sounds like you have your opinion. So, we'll go talk to the miners.
We'll let you know how we do.
I hope to hear good things. He looks a little more nervous and concerned as you guys leave today. So, heading out.
I heard he gave them 10 gold. Fuck!
I needed that.
I'm not making any money. My mind is closed. So what are you guys doing? You want to try and...
Oh, I guess
try
we need to
and-
find out where the mine is.
Judge that before he leaves.
I'm sure there's plenty of people around town that know where the
Where
mine
might
is.
we find the mine?
The mine is to the north of town. There is a road along the coast. You can follow it past the resort into the hills along the northwestern shores.
Is it a long walk?
He has to pull out a map and check it because I don't remember exactly how far it is. Blup, blup, blup. How far is this mine? It is
I was more just asking if it was like over a day.
It's if you stick to the road, about half a day's journey.
Oh, that is a walk. Well, it would not behoove us to go in uninformed. I still think we should go talk to the miners, even if it is a walk.
And the mine is that way anyway, so...
Yeah, well,
2 birds, 1 stone,
we'll see.
1 egg. Wait, no, not 2 birds, 1 egg. That's a different thing. 1 stone does sound right.
I think that's right. Okay, up the coast to the mines. We'll try and find our way there.
Okay.
Oh, I want to pick up lunch on the way.
Good call.
Fair enough.
I guess it'd be more dinner.
I feel like now everywhere Burberry just always has one of those plates.
You just carry one of the shareable plates around with you.
Yeah, it's a constantly rotating plate, but always just have like 1 plate and 1 bowl.
You gotta grab road food, man. It's important. Okay, so leaving town essentially. You're kind of heading back up the direction of the resort, but you'll be following the road past it and continuing up to the coast north of the resort and kind of following that alongside this white sandy beach for a handful of hours. Pretty peaceful trip. There's a handful of houses out this direction, some little fishing shacks and a few farmhouses with some of the forest cleared out to make room for fields of grains, sugarcane, rice, a couple of orchards. You know, it's pleasant, scenic out here. And no goblins to be seen. Although you do notice in a few spots there are a couple of folks out sort of repairing damaged chicken coops and you know, tidying up broken sheds. You can see that there's been some activity out this direction as well. But pressing on for the bulk of the day, getting close to sunset, you guys find the road eventually bends away from the coast eastward into the hills and sort of follows this river. You've been making your way up this sort of undulating path, slowly climbing higher to a point where, you know, kind of looking back down the way you came, you can see the island sort of spreading out down beneath you. You know, the tops of trees are now sort of level with your sight line, and beyond them you've got the glittering ocean, the mainland, and the island of Touré in the far, far distance. And well before sunset, but as the sun is beginning to sort of golden up, you will eventually find yourselves approaching a pretty dense little settlement. There's a walled sort of enclosure. This wooden palisade surrounds it with a heavy wooden gate, currently standing open with a couple of people keeping watch. And inside you can see that there are a number of sort of longhouses as well as other buildings sort of set up in this clearing at the foot of this rocky, tree-covered hillside. And as you guys step up to this gateway, you'll see the folk up top calling down, "You bringing word from Dornan?"
Sort of. We're actually here to talk to a Pauline Stoneboot.
Stoneboot, huh? What business do you have here?
Possibly taking care of the problem. But we need to get some details first.
Oh, all right, yeah. Come on in then. He'll just kind of wave you guys in with his pickaxe. He's just kind of got shouldered.
You know,
And,
what occurs to me that this mine is literally a hostile work environment.
Yeah, stepping into the encampment, you can see that there are a lot of people kind of standing by here. Folks sitting at tables with cards, or looks like some kind of checkers type game setup. They all just kind of stop what they're doing and look at you as you walk by. Other people in the middle of a meal pause mid-bite, catching sight of all of you. And this gate guard will step down from the gate. He'll kind of tromp down these stairs behind you and catch up and call out, Torleen! We got folks here looking for you. Torleen! And just kind of start leading you through the camp, shouting out before finally getting a response. Hi, all right, I hear you. I'm coming. What is it? And you see this short, broad-shouldered woman, thick blonde hair that she's got pulled back and dreaded, kind of cut short. That's just kind of poofs out behind her head, and really thick, curly, kind of mutton chops that kind of run down out of the hairline along the cheek and stop at the chin. Real gruff, grimy lady. Dirty fucking overalls, heavy, old worn boots. And she kind of steps up, sees the lot of you, kind of brightens up a little bit. She's like, oh, finally he sent someone.
Torleen?
Hi. Torleen Stonefoot, good to meet all of you. You are?
Are we doing our name now?
Do it. I vote yes.
We are the Lost Emeralds.
Clever. It's nice. Locals then.
We met around here.
Gotcha. Well, Lost Emeralds. Welcome to Deep Echo Mine. It's a shit show right now.
So we've heard.
I guess you're here to clean things up.
Potentially. We are a little bit worried about how complicated the situation might be. We're hoping to get some more details about what you all experienced down there.
Sure, yeah. Well, whatever we can provide to make this easier for you, we'd really appreciate your help. What can I get you? You want to see the mine? She'll kind of gesture back at the hillside.
Sure, we can take a look first. What did she call the mine?
All right.
What was the name?
Deep Echo Mine.
Deep Echo. That's badass.
And yeah, she'll lead you through the this little miner's camp and up to the base of this rocky hillside, where this very wide, almost like drill board tunnel entrance kind of stands at the base of this hill. It's all propped up with wooden frames. Very mine-esque. You know, it's not a complicated setup. There's a little kind of push cart rail line that runs into it. You can see that there are some mine carts set off to the side, currently empty, alongside a handful of tools and the like. It says, well, this is it. Got 6 levels, and sub-level 6 is where we've got the problem. So, what is it you need to know?
We need to know what... everything you can tell us about the problem. What you heard, what you experienced, what injuries were received, whether you determined the cause of them, specifically.
Right, well,
If we could talk to people that were maybe had first-hand experience, that might be productive.
Yeah, sure. Starts looking around. Lodrak, Jada! She'll start calling out more names, and eventually you'll have a small group of 4 individuals assembled alongside this Torleen. Lodrak is this kind of tall, lanky orc. Like, he's still pretty built, but he's actually a little slimmer than John. Just a very kind of long shape to him, almost apish in a way. Very, very long, sinewy limbs. Very large tusks, and this big black ponytail behind him. You've got Jada, who is middle-aged, salt and pepper, I guess red and gray hair, excuse me, with a thick beard. He could pass for a dwarf if he wasn't a good, 6'3". There's also Relin, who is a very small gnomish woman, and Sybil, a human woman.
Do they have any visible injuries on them that are healing up, or?
Jada's got a bandage wrapped around his head under his hat. But beyond that, the rest of them look to be in pretty okay shape right now.
Okay.
No visible major injuries beyond just like the general scrapes and bruises you'd expect in this occupation.
Okay. Well, we're all very sorry to hear what's happened to each of you. But if we're going to go down there to take care of whatever this problem is, we need to go with as much information as possible. So if you could recount what happened, any one of you, or if you want to chime in on each other's stories, any information you can share would help, and we may ask questions along the way.
Well, Jada will be the first to speak up. Can't say as I or Sybil saw much. Relin, I think, got the best look at them. Said they were smallish, right? Relin kind of nods. She's like, yeah, they weren't nearly as tall as any of y'all, but taller than me still. Closer to, kind of points at Portland. Closer to your height, really. Jada's like, yeah.
Which is like what?
Like 4 feet tall-ish. Yeah, the tunnel wall just kind of collapsed under the pit, kind of opened up into this chamber, and as soon as we started shining light on it, something hit me in the face, knocked me backward. I pushed it off, and just started running. And I got some of the others that were closer up front. Then we heard more coming through. A lot of chittering and screeching sounds. Real fast tapping footsteps. Sharp wherever the fuck they were. Claws or teeth or something. They cut real easy.
Did it sound like a lot of footsteps, like spiders, or was it more like bipedal, like one after another? We actually have heard giant spiders, now that I think about it.
Yeah. They were more bipedal. Not really like spidery legs, at least.
Not like
hairy,
not like a bug or something.
No, weird faces, like kind of mashed and knobby, like bunch of eyes. Kind of stops and thinks. Kind of spidery, sort of. Kind of like I guess like a bug man almost sort of thing, but it's real unsettling looking, like not real pleasant to see at all. I only caught a glimpse, you know, that I was holding it as soon as they started coming out. I was just not gonna fall behind on that one.
Does this sound
was a
like
little
anything
pale.
that I've encountered in my travels?
Give me another history check.
Uh, 16?
Can I also see if I printed something like this for the Green Wardens?
Yeah, sure. History check.
Would that be
Or nature check, I guess, for Warden's
Nature.
education stuff.
nature or what?
Nature or history. With a 16,
I mean, for me, it would probably be more like avoid this area, or I wouldn't have seen them directly, but I might have.
yeah, I mean, a 9. I would say with a 16, it's not ringing any direct bells necessarily. They've got kind of an alien look to them that you know they're clearly kind of struggling to describe. So there's not a lot to go on there, but they are on the smaller side and bipedal from the sound of it, which is good. It could be a number of things. You know, you've heard stories about, you know, all kinds of creepy monsters living out in the wilderness, some in forest, some underground, all that. You know, it's hard to really pin down with a scant. This description is just still too scant to say.
So we have no idea if it's intelligent or not.
I'm leaning towards no. But, yeah, we don't know.
I mean, if not, that makes it a lot easier.
That's true. That does simplify things. What is visibility like down there, actually?
It's dark as shit.
Okay, well, how do you see?
I used a lamp, but, you know, it
Is
hit
there,
me in
like,
the head.
hang-ups
The
for
lamp
lamps
went
on
out.
the walls, or?
Well, we were sort of installing that as we went, you know, and,
Right, because it's a new tunnel, right?
yeah, up to a point, you know, we've got the hookups, but, you know, right up around where the tunnel kind of broke into this chamber, we don't really have a whole lot of supports or anything built in. Ended up actually, should let y'all know, you know, knocking over the closest support columns. Got a small cave in. I think it helped kind of make sure we got out. Not sure what the tunnel looks like anymore, but
We're gonna need some digging equipment.
well, I don't know if it's completely sealed off, but whether it is or isn't, you know, those things are still on the other side, which ain't good. So I mean, listen, I don't think these things are, you know, real talkative type. They didn't have anything to say to us. It's just, you know, clicking and clattering and screeching noises as they fucking chased us down. I mean, it's safe to say they're territorial, but I don't know if they're like intelligent the way you're talking about.
It doesn't sound like it.
I mean, they sure as shit ain't goblins.
As long as they're non-intelligent or like a non-sentient creature, I mean, that makes things simpler on us.
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, how much is Doran paying y'all for this?
Not enough.
It's never enough.
Give me persuasion.
I don't know. How much are we?
Persuasion? What am I persuading?
I don't know.
I was just
Trying to
honest.
convince them.
Like, when I say it's never enough, I mean it's never enough money to risk play.
24?
24. He'll kind of pull a couple of them aside. Some whispered conversation behind Colin before he comes back. It's like, look, we got a little bit of money stashed. Right, like, we'll add on to it if you can take care of this thing for us. Like, this shit ain't good for us either, you know? We don't want Dornan bringing out and fucking scabs trying to get this thing up and running without us, but like, it ain't safe down there. And this is our living, you know?
Well, hopefully we can help. We very much appreciate your contributions. Whatever you can throw in.
If it makes a difference, you know, we got 65 between us.
That's fine by me, if you wish to throw that in.
Kind of looks at the others, they all kind of nod, kind of look back to you.
We are going to need to borrow a couple of shovels, maybe a pickaxe.
Actually, I did have... On that topic, yes, that's true. We will probably need to borrow some equipment. Is it complicated enough that we'll need a map?
No, probably will chime in here. It's like, we only just started excavating that first tunnel out of the sublevel when we struck the chamber. So it's a straight shot once you get to the bottom of the lift.
Okay.
But to get to that, is it?
No, we can guide you in to the lift. It's a couple turns in, but it's, you know, relatively central to the upper levels. Well, once you're on the lift, you're just gonna take it all the way down, and then once you're there, it's just the one tunnel forward.
Right.
Okay.
This is more of a personal request, and it's sort of a shot in the dark. But do any of the miners have any, say, equipment that could let them see in the dark of the magic variety? I don't want it permanently necessarily, but if anyone has something that I could borrow.
There's some chuckling. And Sybil, who's been fairly quiet up to this point, will chime in. She's like, honey, I've been saving up for one of those for 3 years. Trust me. I'm right there with you, sister.
No, well, I can cast Dark Vision for you.
That's true. I just didn't want to have to waste your magic. And I figured these were professional miners, so maybe they would have that kind of equipment on hand. But fair enough.
You have a headlamp?
We got headlamps for sure. If you need basic mining equipment, we can hook you up. But Dornan's not springing for fancy magic shit. He sells it. He don't buy it.
Right. Honestly, I'm not sure if we even need any additional light then. I mean, we could bring some extra headlamps just in case. But if Lauren's magic can help me, we can all see in the dark then.
Well, remember, Dark Vision is only like in low light. It's not like complete pitch blackness.
You can see 60 feet in darkness.
I mean, a torch only goes out 40 feet.
Pure blackness?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it still had to be like a
vision.
little bit. Okay. I thought it still had to be a little bit of light.
It's weird magic rules.
Okay.
You're not wrong, but you are technically
It is
wrong.
weird, but yes, we can see with dark vision.
So you get 60 feet of darkness that becomes dim light, and 60 feet of dim light that becomes bright light with dark vision. But it's all grayscale, no color, and I'm pretty sure like you still have disadvantage on perception checks in darkness despite having dark vision, because it's treated as dim light. But you can fight just fine.
Do you have any mining flares, like the bright light kind?
We got like 2. We bought some to try them, but they don't really actually help all too much. Headlamps a little easier on the eyes,
I'm just wanted to get like so we can toss something into the opening to get an idea of the general shape.
We can go dig those up for you. Like I said, we tried them, but just digging tunnels, they haven't been much use, so we didn't order any more. Then we found this fucking thing, and it's like, well, shit. Would have been nice if we had some, but
I totally understand.
Yeah, let me go look for those for you real quick. Jada will head off and start rummaging around in equipment piles for it.
Well, I guess if this is a monster, this is gonna be a lot easier than I was
So
thinking.
we're dealing with 4-foot, chittering, screeching, bipedal, clawed bugmen. Apparently.
Sounds like an upgraded goblin, if you ask me.
It does sound very familiar.
Yeah, fuck goblins. Fucking nasty little shits. I think you're telling me.
I go back on their word.
We had to fight a couple. We had to fight a few of those left.
Powder souls. Vicious little bastards. Everyone alright?
Yes.
Oh, we're fine.
Funnily enough, goblins make very good dead frisbees.
Lodrek, the orc, that is the first he's said anything in the conversation. He just fucking laughs at that. That's fucking good.
It would be the half orc and the orc. They're gonna kick out of it.
You guys hungry? There's some.
We just had breakfast.
It's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh.
After we can sleep in.
Wait, how long did it take to get out here?
Like 4
It's
hours.
Yeah, 4 or 5 hour walk.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. Okay. So
It was a
I'm assuming
walk.
we probably are hungry then.
Well, we got some grub over by the fire if you're hungry. Come on. He'll kind of lead you guys over, and there's like a big stew pot set up where they've just kind of been just throwing shit into it to boil. Like it's filling. It's not super flavorful. There's not a lot of seasoning in it, but there's definitely like plenty of food. If you guys are down for some
Like,
minor stew.
Barnaby, you got some spices to make this taste better?
Barnaby spices.
Mark's gonna give it a little taste with his wooden spoon he pulls out.
Yeah.
What's it missing?
Definitely salt.
All right.
I mean, there's not really like any seasoning or like herbs or anything in here. It's primarily like potato, carrot. There's some like meat in there. Not quite sure if it's pork or
As
what.
long as it's not goblin.
It's some kind of game.
Well, they did a decent bit on the mirepoix, but it needs a little bit extra.
It's missing like half the paw. There's no fucking celery in there. It's just like carrots and onion.
Yeah, he's gonna throw in some like a little spice bag of his.
Sure. All right. Definitely helps. Smells a lot better too. Like goes from just being kind of this hot, sweaty kind of soup to like a, ooh. That sounds pretty
Very
good.
nice.
So, you guys can eat. Eventually, Jada will come back with 2 flares, which are basically torches with double the radius and half the burn time. So you got 2 of those. And they'll also be able to procure like helmets, candles, picks, shovels, all the standard equipment you might need for this particular job. So, you folks think you'll be starting today, or
I suppose it doesn't
Maybe
matter
say
if
the
we
night
start
start
at
in the
night
morning.
or during the day, huh?
I mean that's entirely up to you. Just wondering if we should set a watch tonight, or if we can wait till tomorrow.
Do you have any additional advice for people who have, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I've never been in a mine before, so anything I should know?
Well, it can be a little claustrophobic if you're not used to tight spaces
It's
like
always
that.
fun.
Although, I don't know what this chamber beyond the tunnel looks like, so maybe that may feel otherwise.
Sounds like a minor inconvenience.
Sound is All right. If you're not going to take this seriously, look.
All right, get down. It took me a second.
We make the minor jokes. Sound can be a little difficult to triangulate down there. There's a lot of echo. Can be a little disorienting.
Are the echoes deep?
That's 2 strikes.
Yes.
Forget fighting whatever this is. The miners are gonna fight.
I'm sure you 5 are going to be fine. You seem like a practiced lot, like you've got a handle on things. You don't seem super concerned. I think you've got it. I wouldn't worry. It's deep, it's dark, it echoes.
It doesn't sound like we could get lost unless we start delving into their territory.
Yeah, once you get down there, like I said, straight shot down the tunnel. But past that, I cannot account for what you're going to encounter. Not sure how big this chamber is, if there are more chambers or what. Probably want some way to mark your passage as you go, just so you don't get lost.
Do you have any chuck?
Yeah, we've got some chalk. We can get you chalk.
Perfect. I don't think there's any reason why we can't do this evening.
All right, shit.
We're all
Well,
fully
if you're
rested
ready.
up, and I don't know. We don't have anything planned for tonight. We never did actually sign a contract with Dornan.
We're holding to it. Don't worry.
You've got
She
our
will,
back.
she will extend a hand to shake.
I'll shake her hand.
Yeah, it is a firm, hard grip. Very rough hands.
I hear something crack.
She kind of pulls you in and like really intensifies that eye contact. Like, we made it. We'll fuck him up.
I believe you.
So, if you guys are ready, then to head down into Deep Echo Mine.
Yes.
Yes. So, shit, what was your fucking name?
Torleen?
Torleen, there it is. I was like, Torben? No, that's Torbeck.
Could you tell that guy with the steel drum to not follow us down there?
Hey!
Get out of here!
Knock it up!
Throw a rock at him.
picked up the drum and was like, fucking with it. He's like, oh, sorry. Find a fucking...
I just imagine they're like pests in this town.
Goblins, screw those guys.
Yeah, we've had a recent influx of drummers.
This looks functional. So, stepping into the entry tunnel.
So drippy.
You guys are led along this minecart track down the tunnel to a fork. Take a right turn. Not too long after that, a left.
I'm actually going to mark things with chalk already. Just in case we have to run out of here. I don't want to take a wrong turn.
Sure. Once you reach this second turn, there aren't any branches off of this one, and it's not too far in before you reach the sort of lift chamber. This is probably like a 20 by 20 room that's been excavated with a probably 10 by 10 foot hole that's been bored down through the rock and has these chains and weights kind of threaded up to a pulley system that's been embedded in the ceiling, and they're kind of suspended over that hole is a wooden platform. There's a lever not too far away from it, that Torleen heads over to and kind of just gestures for you all to step on. She just says, like I said, once you reach the bottom, straight shot to the end of the tunnel. You ready?
Actually, do you mind if I test something? So she's got like a hand on the lever.
All right.
I'm going to cast Mage Hand and try and pull the lever.
Okay. What's the weight limit on Mage Hand? Is it 5 or
I think
10?
it's 5.
I think it's
I can look real
5.
quick to make doubly sure. Spells. Mage Hand.
Is Mage Hand upgradable?
I don't think so.
I
Nope.
don't think so.
It should
think-
be.
Arcane Trickster gets
Oh.
an upgrade to Mage Hand.
Hand can't attack, activate magical items, or carry more than 10 pounds.
10 pounds. Okay. So yeah, you take hold of the lever
I'll just...
and pull. As it falls into place, you feel the platform lurch and you begin to descend.
Better know ahead of time.
We'll be waiting. Waiting.
Oh, it does echo.
And you begin your descent.
Lauren, could you cast that spell?
It is dark as shit.
I'm sorry, what do you
down
want me to do?
Dark vision?
Cast a dark vision spell.
I'm sorry, I don't know that spell.
What?
Damn, Lauren.
And then
fucking
I'm
cold.
like, I'm just kidding, and then I'll touch her arm and cast dark vision.
Just having a mild panic attack, it's fine.
Her suddenly Noelle's arm gets dark.
But standing on this platform, you guys drop probably 30 feet before you see the tunnel walls widen into another chamber, and your platform continues to descend, drawing level with the floor that has been carved out of this space, and then falling further past that. Another 40 feet, you hit the third level of this mine. Another 30-ish feet, you hit level 4. Level 5.
Level 20.
And eventually, the platform hits hard ground, and the chains around you kind of lurch ominously, and you find yourself standing in a similar 20 by 20 chamber, much more roughly hewn, irregularly shaped, with a single dark tunnel stretching out ahead of you. You can see there is a wooden support frame holding up sort of the mouth of that tunnel, and there's a lot of timber that has been sort of propped up against the walls of this chamber that looks like it was intended to be used to continue bracing the tunnel as it was expanded further. It's now currently laying unused and purposeless for the time being. So,
I guess we're going forward.
up the platform
So-
Do you
onto
want,
hard ground.
do you want to stealth? Did they say how far it was from here to the collapse, the cave-in?
They did not.
They just said it was straightforward.
Yep.
I assume we'll see it when we see it.
Uh,
I think John's gonna take the forefront.
I was about to ask what is going to be the marching order, because it's not a super wide tunnel, like 10 feet wide at its
How
widest
tall is
point. 10 feet,
Okay.
maybe.
It's pretty
John's
crazy.
gonna have to
there's-
keep it.
There's portions of it, John, where you're definitely like having to kind of like shrink down a little bit because there's just like jagged kind of
I'm-
rock jutting down. And the support beams, every time you pass a support beam, you have to fucking underneath.
I was also thinking about my glaive, so I'm gonna have to keep my glaive level.
Yeah, that you probably have to carry just in your hands at your side the entire time because it's a tight space.
Well, yeah, I was just saying I have to keep it like pointed forward so it doesn't
Yep.
smack in the
Yep.
roof and stuff.
So yeah, John at the front. Who's behind John?
I will try to be in the middle, I guess.
I think it should be John, Aloran, Noel, Burberry, Barnaby.
Any objections?
Are you comfortable with
Cool with
that?
it.
I'm the bean at the back.
I figured that gives you the most distance to start shooting without being in too much danger. Plus, you can hold your own if something comes up from behind.
Cool.
Boy.
Oh no, he's being so mean.
So, with that marching order, then you guys proceed down the tunnel, single file, passing support beam after support beam, a divot in the wall here, some debris over here. You can see that there's pockets where this tunnel has definitely been what's the word? Profitable. There's
Dug
evidence
out.
that there is evidence that there has been ore dug from this tunnel. Like you can see pockets of the wall that have sort of indented away from the main tunnel, where something has been excavated. Debris kind of litters the ground, hasn't been fully cleared out yet. Lots of loose rock and gravel.
Have we seen any signs
only-
of the miners who didn't make it out, or any signs of
Go
the
ahead
struggle or
and
something?
give me a perception check.
That's
With
a.
disadvantage, because... Or no, do you have a light source on?
I
He
did
has
not.
dark vision.
I have dark vision.
Just dark vision? Okay, with disadvantage then.
Oh.
Oh.
Still not terrible, honestly. 18.
18? Okay.
Better than mine. John got 10.
With an 18, yeah, I would say you do notice there are some odd discolorations on the ground. And kind of like looking closer, you notice kind of sort of blood spray pattern. It looks like droplets that have fallen. Not necessarily like the spray from a wound as it's being immediately struck, but definitely like drippings as someone has fled rapidly down this tunnel. There's a couple of footprints, or like the like partial footprints where someone has sort of stepped in someone else's blood and sort of smeared it under their shoe. Definitely like evidence of a conflict here, but beyond these signs of haggard retreat, there's no signs of violence yet. No indications of combat as of yet. It does not take long for you guys to reach the cave-in. It's maybe like a 3 or 4 minute walk from the lift, and just a straight shot down this tunnel. Sure enough, you find this portion of the tunnel has just sort of been filled in from above by a number of large boulders and the loose gravel that was sort of above them, as well as a couple of support beams that are sort of jutting out from beneath this pile that look to have been dislodged. You are standing before a pretty thorough blockage. There's maybe a couple of like small gaps near the top of the tunnel that look like
Can
they go all the way through.
use mold earth and then just start moving it?
Mold earth. Does that allow you to move dirt or stone? Loose earth.
Loose earth.
I would say you could start moving like the gravel. The larger rocks are not responsive to this spell.
Okay.
So you can definitely clear out a lot, and as you kind of pull more and more of that looser granular rock out, there's a couple moments where the boulders kind of shift as their support is pulled out from under them, kind of settling a little bit. You'll see the gap between the ceiling and the top of this cave-in sort of start to widen.
I don't want to bring it down too much. I just want us to be able to get a better view on what's on the other side.
Okay.
Should we have?
How wide do you want that gap to get then, to start?
Should we have Barnaby on standby with his gun just in case something pops through the hole?
Sure, why not?
Okay, I'm gonna stop every once in a while I'm doing this to peek on the other side and see if I can like hear anything or see anything.
Give me a perception check.
18.
18. Quiet.
Then I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
Pull out more dirt. The rocks settle a little bit more. Pause. You listen.
Can we see if the tunnel extends beyond where we're digging, or is it and like just past where we're digging?
Once this gap is wide enough, you can kind of like stand, like kind of climb a little bit up the cave in and kind of look over it. It looks like the tunnel does continue, and there are actually like a couple more frames of support beams still standing between the cave in and the remainder of that tunnel. And you can just barely make out ahead that there is sort of an irregular sort of tightening of the passageway. It narrows in a very strange kind of jagged shape. Can't see beyond that, but that looks to be the passage that they mentioned into the pre-existing chamber that the miners broke into.
All right. How much more do we have to dig before we can all fit through?
If you want to spend like the next, how long does this fucking spell last?
It's a cantrip. It lasts for like 5 minutes, I think.
Maybe it's cantrip, you can just spam it over and over again.
Yeah.
Target an area of loose earth, instantaneously excavate it, move along the ground, deposit up to 5 feet away. This move doesn't have enough force to cause damage. 5-foot cube. Oh, this is quick then. Okay. Yeah, it would not take super long. I guess being careful not to trigger another cave-in, you know, going so much slower. It would take a couple minutes to do this. But yeah, you could pull all the loose earth out and just kind of leave the larger boulders and other debris that don't respond to the spell. They would make what is probably like a 5-foot tall sort of wall between this side of the tunnel and the other. You could climb over it without too much issue, but it is still a big, heavy wall of stone.
Wait, like a 5-foot wall?
Yeah, it's like choking up like half the chamber if you pull all the loose dirt out and kind of shunt it behind you.
Does somebody want to give Lauren a booster because she's short? But, like,
I'll
the
pick
walls
her
is
up.
I assume it's
I was gonna say,
sloped.
John, I was just gonna
Yeah, John and Barnaby can both look over it, like without issue. They can see over it fine. And yeah, they can kind of help boost you up and get you over it if you want.
We'll give you a little standing point where you can just hop on her hand and then hop over.
That wall is as tall as me.
Is it a literal wall or is it like a sloped like dirt on both sides?
It's slope.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a mound of the
Rubble.
remaining stone and debris. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then I probably
From the
got
cave
that
in.
covered then. I thought it was like literally like a wall. I was like, ugh.
It'd be
Nah,
a very convenient
it's-
cave.
It's the large bits of the cave in that don't get moved around by Move Earth.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
John,
so-
John's gonna, once Lauren's on the other side, John's gonna pass his glaive over and be like, can you hold this for a minute?
I will grab it, and then you'll probably hear it thunk on the ground.
As long as I don't stab myself while going over.
Dun, 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 dun.
John's gonna like tuck and roll through the hole.
Okay. So John rolls over the top of the mound and comes down the other side, takes his glaive back. The rest of the party follows.
I assume we'll keep
not
our
too
rough
difficult.
marching order.
Yeah. It's worth noting that it does take some doing to get over this mound. Like, it's not a check necessarily, but it is definitely half movement. If it becomes relevant in the future, this is an obstacle that will slow you down.
That means it's
I
gonna be
figured.
irrelevant.
I'm sure it won't.
It will only
It-
become relevant if we're fleeing for our lives.
It could be.
If we're running.
I'm
We'll see
sure it'll
we'll
be
see what
fine.
happens.
Yeah, we
I'm
thought
sure-
that happened.
Suddenly, from the darkness, whee! Everything.
I'm sure if we wanted to, we could probably try to dive. Acrobatics check.
Try to what now?
Dive through.
Probably
it.
try to dive through the hole. Use an acrobatics check.
You whiff and just fucking smash your face into the rock.
You're old now. One, you knock yourself out.
That is always a possibility.
I want to see it now.
Uh-oh.
Anyways.
When we're coming to the narrowing where it's leading to the opening,
Mhm.
the cave, I think it'd probably be better to have a Lauren go first rather than John.
Now that we're getting to the
Get the
dangerous
fishy.
part.
I'm
Isn't
a
that
fishy
fishy?
fishy.
Well, no, the reason is that she can change her size to be larger if necessary, but she's small enough to fit through the smaller part easier than John can. So, in case there's something directly on the other side, it would be better to have somebody that can fight, but can also fit through easily.
Okay.
What would she change into though if she wanted to be smaller?
A mole.
No, not
But-
smaller. She can fit through her normal size.
Oh
through
right,
the
because she's
hole,
like 5 feet tall.
Yeah.
and she's also skinnier, whereas John is a big boy.
Okay, Lauren will go first through the hole,
Just in case there's
She's
something
not
immediately on the other side.
but she'll do it.
The three big fighters are two big guys and a small person.
A very small.
I think
can
it's
be
better
a-
to have the small person go through the small hole first.
All right. So
In
Lauren
case there's something immediately on the other side.
first through the narrow passage into whatever lies beyond.
And a bunch of creepy claw hands grab her and she screams as she's dragged into the abyss.
Stepping through.
How big is
Quiet.
the opening?
So the tunnel itself is normally 10 feet-ish, and it narrows to probably like kind of like 4 feet wide.
So John's
It,
pretty much gonna
it's
have
sort
to
of
step
like it kind of it's rounded. Like it looks like this was sort of like where they had been excavating,
Mm-hmm.
and a portion of it sort of fell out from the tunnel into this chamber. And kind of looking at the ground, you can see that there is like a large chunk of rock that just kind of like.
Does it look like if we
fell.
go in this crevice, we're gonna have to like drop down to get onto the ground again of this cavern, or is it just kind of lead down to the floor of the cavern?
It's like a 2-foot drop.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a huge drop, but it's
So
it is like
Apple
it's a
size.
step.
Yeah, pretty much.
Guess we're going.
The size of one. So she crawls through it, pretty much.
So once Lauren's through it, John has no problem trying to squeeze through, I guess.
So Lauren, first into the chamber.
Oh, I knew it.
You literally called it.
You die.
You die.
The whole cave collapses. You're doomed.
You see around you what looks to be a fairly old natural cavern chamber. There are stalagmites and stalactites along the ceilings and kind of lining the walls. The air here is definitely a lot more moist than it was back in the mining tunnel.
That'll make her happy. You like
Kind of
this?
refreshing in a weird way.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that musty cave smell.
Mm.
And kind of looking around, you can see there is a decent amount of these stalagmites, stalactites that look like they've kind of been knocked over. And like the wall behind them has been sort of broken away to kind of expand this chamber artificially. There's kind of a weird smoothness to it. It doesn't look like it was picked necessarily, but it's definitely kind of bowing out in an unnatural way. It doesn't look like, this is how the cave naturally formed. And you can see lining this chamber kind of like all across the floor and the ceiling. There are stretches of this kind of weird glossy material. At first glance, it almost kind of reminds you of like a lichen or like a moss or something. It's kind of these like blankets of it that are coating the ground and the walls. But there's a sheen to it. Kind of a strange silkiness almost.
Can I, is it close enough that I can pick it up?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's some like right next to you where you're standing.
Cool. I'm gonna pick it up, and then can I use like nature and see if I can figure out what it is?
Yeah, give me a nature check.
I think it's literally a +1, so. $18.
18.
19.
19. Gotcha. 9.
9.
With a 19, as soon as you take hold of this stuff, first thing you notice is how very, very sticky this material is.
Sticky.
Got like a dried glue kind of consistency to it, but like it's real tacky. And kind of rolling it in your fingers as best you can while also being careful not to get too stuck. There's definitely like a thick fiber that is being used almost to kind of like weave this material. In a weird way, it kind of reminds you of like spider silk almost, if someone had tried to like make a blanket out of it. It doesn't come up easily off the ground. And like kind of looking around, you can see that there's almost like curtains of it kind of just like hanging from the ceiling, kind of creating these strange almost partitions in the room, in the chamber. And looking around, there are almost mounds of this material kind of along the walls, stuck to the walls. There are sort of these artificially created alcoves that have just the entire span is just coated in these round, almost pustules of this material.
Interesting. It's either a trap or it's a grow room. Who knows?
This is gross.
John, is John through the hole yet?
Yeah, John's in there. Anybody else coming through?
Yep.
I'm going to squeeze through.
Okay.
John's gonna hold up the flare and look at everybody else, but like with questioning eyes. Like, do I have to use this
The flare.
I don't think we need it.
so we can get like
yet.
a better look? Okay.
Do we see a way out of this chamber, or is it?
Give me a perception check.
I'm really good at those.
Jesus.
With disadvantage, because it is still dark.
10.
16.
Okay. With a 10, no. With a 16, maybe?
I'm gonna look. For it.
You do see that the chamber
I got a 10.
kind of... You got a 10.
With a plus.
You do
7,
see
I
from
got
where
a
you're standing, the chamber does... It looks like it kind of bends off to the right. Past some of the curtains that are kind of hanging near where you are. So you know the chamber continues onward, but it's hard to say if there's like smaller tunnels kind of leading elsewhere, or if this chamber just kind of continues snaking.
I don't know if Aloran has it available, but this might be a good place to pass without a trace.
Probably.
I feel like we
If only
are
Aloran could turn into a
approaching
bat.
something.
Yeah, I would prefer to use my wild shape because we're planning on getting into a fight.
True.
So, gotta keep those for
Okay,
fighting.
that's fine. I am pretty sneaky if I have to be.
But I will do pass without a trace.
Oh no, I think she was talking about my saying I wish she could turn into a bat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were talking about pass without trace. Yep.
Alright. Let me save my wild shape.
I don't think you can turn into a bat anyway, so it doesn't matter.
A pass without a trace is up.
Oh yeah, no, I can't. Right.
I believe the goal now is to start moving on and see what we find.
Okay.
That's sneaky.
I only have one pass without a trace remaining.
Okay.
So we're sneaky looking around.
I figure we're going into the unknown. Now is the time to be as careful as possible. But
You
yes.
want to give me a stealth check to begin moving through the chamber?
Nat 20.
Nice.
A
That'll do.
Non-natural 20 with the pass without trace.
okay.
It's 33.
Also 33.
Congratulations, the party is
32.
very sneaky.
I got like an 18.
You failed.
With
You
the pass
fucked
without
this
trace.
Everything comes for you.
Look, I rolled real low, alright.
That's okay.
So did I. I rolled an 8.
The rest of the party rolled very well.
I rolled a 4.
You guys are
Oh,
being very careful, watching where you step, watching your breathing, watching your six. Slowly proceeding into this cavern, past these hanging curtains of sticky, matted material.
Does it seem like it's a kind of web or something?
If you touch it, it's definitely got kind of that vibe to it. There's definitely a extremely tacky, hard to kind of pull your hand off of texture to it.
We're looking at some kind of arachnids, most likely.
But it's been woven into an almost like sheet, like a solid sheet. And as you kind of pass through this chamber, moving between these sheets, once you reach the center of the chamber, you kind of realize that the sheets have almost been erected like a makeshift wall as a way to sort of partition the room, the chamber into smaller storage chambers almost. And like you kind of start seeing these pustules through gaps in the curtains. Some of them are sort of lying open, and you can see dead bats, a couple of like big lizards, like a monitor lizard here, clutches of birds, all kind of bundled up in this material.
That's very web-like.
Oh, that's a trap. Got it.
Noel?
Hmm?
Noel?
Yes?
Do you happen to have a fire spell?
I have prestidigitation.
I do. I have.
Oh, wait,
one. I
wait.
believe I do.
Burberry, you have a fire spell?
Yes, I just picked it up actually. How would you feel about some sacred flame?
Well, if what I'm thinking we're going to run into is what we're going to run into, then we should burn everything with fire. So,
I will keep that in mind.
I have a feeling we're going to run into a bunch of spider things. But spiders are things that you should burn with fire.
Presumably, we do
Well-
have a pretty good picture of what we're going to fight.
I'm assuming, well, I kind of have a fire spell. Technically it does radiant stuff and not fire stuff.
I can start a fire if we have to.
I can too. Y'all got stuff if we need it.
I don't have any fire starting capabilities.
I will say, I feel like Noel's probably going to be on chalk duty as best as possible, if there's any forks. You haven't described a fork yet, but...
I have fire stuff, but I don't have any of it prepared.
I will say, following this chamber's sort of general contour, you will kind of moving through the center between the curtains, the rooms of webbing, sort of bend off to the right, and up ahead you can see the curtains sort of fall away and leave a fairly open space up ahead, and sort of in the wall, which has been almost completely rounded and smoothed out by that same currently unknown process. There are two round, smooth tunnel entrances. One about 7 feet up off the grounds, sort of at a almost like a 45-degree angle, kind of to the floor. And you can see that there is just like a thick sheet of this webbing material that just kind of runs down from the mouth of that down to the ground, and kind of creates almost like a doormat at the base of it. And then off to the right side, at the end of that chamber, there is another tunnel that looks to be descending at a similar angle. And that one is at floor level.
Does the same stuff like cover it?
That one does not have any webbing necessarily like around the base of it. It's just kind of an open tunnel. And you can see there are more of these large mounds of webbing, these almost capsules of webbed material, more irregularly shaped than the smaller ones that you've been seeing in the sort of sub chambers here, that are kind of piled up near the descending tunnel, and just kind of a loose mound. You can see lots of long, lumpy shapes. Really, it's kind of hard to describe them. Just lying there, almost like a pile of logs. They're just kind of wrapped up in web.
So, left or right?
Left.
Left is right.
I was
Exactly.
I was gonna go with the ever popular Labyrinth Exploration Guide and say go right.
Stick to the left wall.
I feel like the thing with where all the like going up.
Isn't Labyrinth always to go to the right wall?
I think it doesn't really
It
matter
doesn't-
as
it
long
doesn't
as you
matter.
just pick one and stay to it.
What were you saying, Lauren?
I think we should just go on the one where there's like all the sticky shit, because I feel like that's where we're gonna find stuff.
Presumably. If we can cut through it, could you try cutting it with your glaive, John?
John attempts to cut through the sheet with his glaive.
Which sheet are you gonna try and cut? Is it
The one that's off up 7 feet.
So that sheet is on the wall, like adhering
Oh,
to
I
the
thought
wall
it was
beneath
covering the
that
hole.
opening. No. It's like spilling out of the hole down to the ground. Almost
so
like
that hole.
like
so it's like dripped down that tunnel.
from that hole.
Oh god, that's
Yeah.
gonna be terrible.
Do you still want to cut it?
I don't know if that confidence.
If it's not covering the actual opening, I don't think so. I don't want to like drag my glaive across the rocks.
Fair.
Left is definitely going to be the more challenging direction. Because we're
I
going
would
to have to be
feel
wading through this goo.
If we feel like the left is going to be the more dangerous, I feel like we should explore the right first, so that we know we don't have anything coming up from behind us.
I don't think there's any
Lauren.
guarantee of that no matter what.
Yes.
As you guys are discussing your options,
A creature comes up from behind you.
you will detect faintly a sound beginning to grow over the sound of your voices. This rapid clip-clap sound, just almost like footsteps.
From where?
Oh, fantastic.
Can we? I guess we. Can we hide? Is there any way to hide in here?
There's a lot of hanging webbing curtains and nooks and crannies in this
Yeah, I'm gonna
chamber
be
that you
like-
can hide in.
I assume it's going. It sounds like it's getting louder.
It is getting louder. I'll say give me a perception check, because with the echo that's starting to kick off the walls here, it's not super easy to tell at first which tunnel it's coming out of.
Ooh,
Terrible.
unnatural 20.
How much?
Unnatural 20.
20.
Oh wait, was that with
It is
disadvantage or
coming-
not? Sorry.
Would be a hearing check, so no.
Oh, so then 19 for me.
19. Okay. After a couple of seconds consideration, you're both pretty confident that it's coming out of the left tunnel that's up in the wall with the webbing spilling out of it.
Noelle's gonna try and find a spot to hunker down out of
Okay.
view.
Is there a divot or dent big enough for John to try to hide in?
You could try hiding behind mounds of stalactites along the perimeter of the room. You could try hiding in one of these compartments that are sort of made by the web walls that have sort of been
As long
suspended
as
from the
it's-
ceiling.
As long as it's within the 30 feet of Aloran, right?
Yeah.
For the plus 10, yes.
So that'd be a 31 then for stealth.
Okay. So where do you want to try and conceal yourself? Because you've got
I
options.
want to try to find the biggest stalactite or stalagmite. I don't remember which one was which.
Find yourself like a big column to just kind of fucking tuck behind.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I guess I'll wedge
what are the rest
myself
of you?
between. You said there's like curtains of this goo. Could I like squeeze
Yeah.
between two of them without getting stuck to them?
Yeah, these super sticky blankets.
I will be between two curtains.
Yeah, there's like a little like probably like a 10-foot wide space kind of
Oh.
created by a few segments of these gooey blankets that you could probably like
I'll get out of eye line of the tunnels we
Yeah.
just found.
just kind of tuck yourself behind one of those walls.
22 for my stealth check. That's with the plus 10.
I'll hide in one of the little dens you were talking about. In the wall.
One of those divots that have been kind of weirdly carved out and smoothed. Okay.
As long as I'm not in direct eyesight at any time.
Yeah, there's a couple spots. You would kind of have to clamber up on top of a pile of these little round compartments of the webbing, just because that's kind of where they've been tucked. But you could definitely like break line of sight by hiding in one of those.
Okay, I'll pop
Okay.
up in there.
So go ahead and give me a stealth check.
23.
3. Okay. Who's left? Burberry and Barnaby.
Yep.
So, yeah, I have a story. So, Burberry at first tries to hide in the, like, next to the webbing stuff, but his cloak kept getting stuck, because I rolled a 2, which...
Ooh.
Yeah, so I used my inspiration. And then he was like, alright, no, this isn't working. So, they move into one of the compartments, and they inexplicably fit. It looks smaller than they should be able to fit into, but... They do, and it's perfect. There's like a perfect line, like flat wall of blue where he just.
Did you get a natural 20?
Yeah. So
that works out.
There's like a Burberry-shaped hole in the wall.
How eerie.
It was made for you.
Okay, and then Barnaby.
It's a bit tough.
What'd you get?
7.
So 17 total? Plus dex?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's yeah.
That's not terrible. How are you trying to conceal yourself?
A great question. I guess he puts a little bit of dirt on his face to make him match the environment, and then just kind of blend up against the wall. Because, I mean, he's bright red everywhere else.
He's just like, I hope they don't see me.
Basically.
Okay. You guys all tuck into your hiding spaces and get real quiet and just kind of watch. Wait as this clattering sound grows. And eventually more sounds join it. You hear this kind of chittering, this strange, garbled, almost a voice. And you watch as out of the depths of that tunnel there emerges this small 3, maybe 4 foot tall, vaguely humanoid creature, hunched, thin, furry by the looks of it. There's like this coarse texture to its whole body. The head kind of protrudes out in front of the torso, and you can see kind of gleaming these 6 eyes that almost kind of like the face of a D6. Just dot 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 down the front of the face, and where the mouth should be, there are these weird twitching, almost secondary little hands, pedipalps, I think they're called. And every now and then you catch sight of these kind of glistening, like long hooked fangs underneath. Pointed ears that end in little tufts of fur, shock of thick dark hair kind of running out the back of the head, and ringing kind of the shoulders. You see a set of 4 arms protruding out from around this thing's torso. And clutched in most of its clawed hands are satchels of a kind. Seem to be the same sort of sticky material as this room is sort of just draped in. And you see a wing sticking out of one of them, kind of haphazardly, and like a long tail looping out of another. And this thing just kind of grabs hold of the lip of this tunnel and lowers itself down to the webbed wall and begins to just kind of pad its way down to the floor. And as it does, a second one emerges from the tunnel. Then a third. A fourth. A fifth. Sixth. Seventh. You see 8 of these hairy little spider things clamber down, arms laden with heavy packets of wild animals. And they start making their way nonchalantly through the chamber down that central kind of walkway you guys just walked up. And they start sorting their goods into various different compartments. And I think it was Noelle, you said you kind of tucked yourself into one of these little spaces.
I did.
Like behind the curtain. You're like dead still, dead quiet, like holding a hand over the mouth as you watch one of them like step into your chamber and just start like, it like unfurls one of these pouches and pulls out like a dead monkey, pulls open the webbing on one pouch, crams it in, closes it, pulls out a big like toucan, crams it into a different pouch, and it's just unloading its groceries, just putting them away. And it just stands there for like 2 minutes with you like at its back, like staring directly at it before it turns away from you and just ambles out of the little chamber. And you can hear them chittering out in the hall behind you.
Does it sound like they're talking to each other?
Kind of.
Why does this feel like an arachnid apartment?
Did we just like wander into a monster affordable housing unit or something?
And then you watch as they all sit down on the sofa in one of the chambers you didn't look at and kick up their legs on an end table made of the same cider silk. But no, it's just this sort of slow process of sorting and unloading. And there is kind of a faint pattern to the clicking and chittering sounds that they're making, but it doesn't seem to be a conversation necessarily. None of them really stop making this noise. Like they're all kind of constantly talking almost. It almost seems just kind of like a way to keep each other aware of, you know, where everyone is in the room.
I was gonna say is like, did it seem like I got a pretty good look at these things, right? Because I was literally right next to one. Did it seem like their skin was like coated in something or whatever that made it so they didn't worry about the stickiness?
They are really hairy. They have got really like coarse, almost like barbed kind of fur, just covering their entire bodies. Clawed hands and feet that end in these like kind of sharp talons almost.
I'm more saying like I get the sense that if I made a bag of this sticky stuff, I wouldn't be able to get it off of me. So presumably there's something different going on with them. Like he was like not
fair.
minding the stickiness at all, I take it.
Give me like a perception check.
It's terrible. 10.
10.
I was sitting there watching it for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll say, like, you do probably, like, notice they do seem to handle most of this with, like, the tips of their claws, like, sharp implements. Seem to be the easiest way to deal with the stickiness. But he also just will, like, grab one of these satchels out from under one of his arms and just pull it off. And there's kind of a faint like sound as it pulls fur with it.
Right.
But he doesn't really react. He just kind of sets it down and leaves the room. Goes out to join his fellows. After probably 10 minutes of this, as they kind of amble through the chamber, kind of looking around, checking their spoils, sorting everything into discrete chambers. They eventually kind of reconvene back at that open space at the mouth of the chamber, and without really another word or moment of hesitation, they just begin to filter down that downward tunnel. And eventually, a few minutes later, that chittering sound, the clatter of their footsteps, all begin to fade away. And then it's silent once more in the chamber.
Okay.
Congratulations on your stealth checks.
We did it. Alright, mission complete.
So,
Now
are we
you've
thinking
seen what it
they're
is.
intelligent, or are we just thinking monster kill with fire?
I don't think they're intelligent, but something in me thinks there is a queen. Just a hunch. They seem to be worker drones.
So what if we plugged up all the holes and just set a giant fire down the other hole?
I don't know if that solves the miner's problem. Because if they ever accidentally stumble upon another avenue of this, the problem just starts again. This is a pretty good case for going up the left hole, though, because that seems to be the where they're coming from.
And their food supply, we could just burn it.
I think if we're taking one route, we should temporarily blockade the other routes. Just as a safety precaution.
If we could do that easily, I would be in agreement.
Can John just like rip off a giant stalactite and shove it in the hole?
It's a big 10-foot tall hole, but if you want to have a stalagmite inside of it, sure. You just pull off a rock and just stay there.
Shove it in the right hand hole and just...
Yeah.
There.
I mean, these are big, tunnels that these things walk through. There's not really a stalagmite big enough in this chamber to plug it.
I'm just going to throw this out here, but there was a monkey and a bird, which means that they leave the cave system.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Maybe these are the dark ones because they live in the dark.
Oh,
You solved it.
Crack the code.
Well,
I just want to burn everything with fire.
We
No,
don't got
John
fire.
doesn't like spiders.
Fuck this cave. Let's just burn it and leave.
I...
just for a note. John doesn't like spiders.
No, these aren't spiders, exactly. I guess we're gonna go left. I'll make sure to draw an arrow to make sure we know which way is the exit, at least. I'll try and do it... I don't know. Their eye level is 4 feet, so I'll try and do it at sort of my maximum height, like way up on the wall. Just so it's less obvious to
Do it
them.
at John's height level. Just
I
do it at
guess-
John's eye level.
Give me a sleight of hand to conceal your mark in a place that only you'll know where to find it.
God. My rolls have just gone to shit towards the latter half of this session. That's a nat 1, so a sleight of hand, that's a 7.
You're so sure they'll never see this one.
It's perfect.
It's so good. This is the best hiding spot you've ever come up with.
Noelle,
Fucking nailed it.
what are you doing?
Look how good this arrow looks.
Yes, it's 3 feet long.
It's got like a curved tail. I don't think I've ever drawn one this good before.
Were you trying to match the silhouette in the wall? What's...
Well, I saw this monkey tail hanging out of one of the bags, and I was trying to sort of... I don't know, I got inspired with this spiral pattern.
props for creativity?
Well, we know which way to go.
That's true.
As you guys kind of collect yourselves, now having a face put to this heretofore unknown adversary, I think tonight we will call it here, and we will pick up next time in this first chamber of the spider people and see where you go from there.
Chamber 1 of 20.
Do we want to take the left tunnel, the right tunnel, or the center tunnel?
How did you know?
We should have asked for more money, guys. I knew this was gonna be complicated.
Fucking spiders and bullshit. I don't
100
want
gold
this.
for this shit? No, thank you.
Each. So, Couple.
Lost Emerald?
The Lost
Lost
Emeralds.
Emeralds. That's a good name. Where did that come from?
A lot of brainstorming.
We were looking at the Chaos Emeralds, we swear.
I wanted to be the Chaos Emeralds. I could. I
I
have,
would
Still
almost-
running.
I would have been tempted to bring them back for this campaign if that had been the name. Shit. Okay, before I forget, MVP for the session. Vote. Do it now.
It was all kind of a little
nobody
bit
did
everywhere.
anything good.
Yeah.
Can I selfishly vote
We
John
all
for the
sucked
Goblin Boss?
equally.
Everyone was terrible.
Okay, no, I'm gonna vote Aloran for Dark Vision.
Yep, I have to now.
Well,
Pulling that
you
one out.
know, Noelle did do a bunch of like really good stuff, but she wouldn't have been able to do any of it. Although she could see.
Just
My
the ability to
vote is
grant me dark vision is MVP worthy in my eyes.
Oh, you never choose characters with dark vision,
I thought changelings did.
and then you envy dark vision every single time.
I'll
Of the two
get some
characters he's played.
goggles. We'll save up money.
So is this a Lauren I'm hearing? Or
Sure.
does Barnaby
Do you have
have?
a pick for that?
All right. Well, Lauren, take another inspiration or pass it out if you already have it.
I don't have it.
All right, enjoy. Support conversations. We did not actually have a whole lot of RP this session.
Nope.
Does my snuggle up against Burberry in the 10th fort, blanket fort?
It was a fleeting 2 seconds before you fell out the window, so probably not.
Dang it.
I will say,
I'm just uploading it again with the words. If you're curious, that's why.
bop, 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 bop.
I mean, we
I
all
don't know.
talked. It was just we didn't really have any conversations.
Yeah, this is more kind of questing business stuff. So I don't know if this was necessarily a support session. We had one of those back with Willem in like session 8 or something, where like y'all were just fucking busy the whole time.
Yeah.
Or was it session 7? Session 7, you guys didn't do any fucking support.
I have one small one. I actually would like to say maybe Noelle and John, because Noelle did do a lot of talking and John backed her up a lot.
That's true. I did persuading with John's backup a lot.
Calm down, Clark.
I felt like John talked more in this session.
Also,
Well,
you know, the walking behind John with constant prestidigitation was both funny and character building.
That's fair.
yep.
All right.
He's cleaning up John's blood trail.
This is the negotiation tag team. All right. So we'll give one to Noelle and John. I don't know if we have a ton of others this session. Perhaps next session. We shall see. But you guys are not hurting for support points, so I'm not really super worried.
Me and Burberry are.
So close. We're so
That's-
close.
One relationship. Listen, y'all can have a heart-to-heart about your fear of spiders next time we play, and you'll get there.